able to unmute myself now. Is anyone here? Anyone able to hear me?
Good morning, ma'am. Aruna, ma'am.
Hello? Hello?
Uh,
Am I audible now? Hello?
Hello, Aruna, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm. Hello?
Actually,
Hi.
you are not audible, ma'am.
Sure, I'm able to hear you. Hello? Muted as well.
No, ma'am.
Give me a second. How about now? Hello? Is it good now?
Just a minute, ma'am. Actually, uh, there's a network issue. Just 2 minutes, ma'am. I resolve it.
Okay. May I know who I'm talking to?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, your voice is coming too good. This is Anandita. I think that side from Sadabai Raishwani. So
Okay.
I just called her. So she may be having
Yeah, I
some
don't
issue
see
of.
anyone joining. Yeah, I think now I see you, a host, and myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anandita, you are able to hear us? She joined
Okay,
one
yeah.
more layer of.
I think she joined separately. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
Am I
hi.
audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you're audible to us.
Uh, Good morning, ma'am. So sorry, ma'am. Actually, there's a network issue. That's why.
Okay, no problem.
Shall we start, ma'am?
Yeah, so are we all good to start or how's it? Because I don't see anyone.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to the second day of. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to the second day of ICMT 2022. Our today's speaker is Miss Aruna Lambert. She is Advanced CSPO, 5X certified Salesforce consultant, and the solution manager at Mantic Incorporation at Tampa, Florida, United States. She is an experienced IT professional developing applications in the cloud on Salesforce sales, services, and Force.com platform. Her specialties are Salesforce, Force.com, architecture of Salesforce applications and development, Apex, Visual Force, Sales, and Service Cloud. Ms. Aruna has more than 18 years of experience in many companies like Cognizant, HCL, Tech Mahindra, IBM, and Mantech. She has many certifications like Salesforce Certified Administrator, Certified Scrum Product Owner, Sun Certified Java Developer, Sun Certified Web Component Developer, and Data Science and Analytics Career Paths and Certification. We welcome you, ma'am, for today's. Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, thank you, Anindita. Thanks for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I don't see people around. I'm not sure. Is it under the host?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So we'll not be seeing it. It is not going to be interactive, is it?
Uh, just a minute. Ma'am, can I make you the presenter?
Yeah, you can make me presenter.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. You are now the presenter. You can share
Okay.
your screen, ma'am.
So, let me know once you're able to see my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you see the PowerPoint presentation on my screen?
No, ma'am.
How about now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So, okay. So good morning. Very good morning, everyone. I hope all students are listening to me. This is Sunday morning, and you guys are spending your time listening to some tech world aspirations and tech world information. Definitely, this is going to be an interactive session. If you want, please park your queries, put it in the chat, and I'll take it towards the end of the session. But before that, before starting the session, I would definitely like to congratulate each and every one of you that you are part of such a great institution who is putting an effort in conducting conferences like this, right? Where you get to talk to people who are right from the industry, and from horse's mouth, you hear what is going on in industry and where you should be taking your leap. Okay, so for that, definitely you need to take as much advantage from these sessions as much you can, and happy to help if you need any help or support after the session. Okay, like as Anindita started, like introduced me, I'll just briefly. Uh, I will not introduce myself now. It is just about like the quick thing, like because she has mentioned about certification and all, but more of I'm a solution manager, having overall around 15 plus years of experience, uh, and like in the IT, and definitely I would like to mention that I'm one of the students 15 years back from Amina ma'am. So I was student like I learned from her the operations research in the year 2004 to 2005, and here we are now. Uh, so many thanks to ma'am for her guidance and uh, taking us through the very good knowledge sessions. I hope my session will be of help for you. So without spending any much time, I'll start right to the point. So I think this conference is about the information or very much inputs on the AI and data and the role of AI and data in terms of applications world. But even before that, my session is going to be little different. I would like to touch base upon a few of the points which like every students really want uh, to understand in the IT world, right? Considering your aspirations that you entered in these IT related courses or engineering related courses, or professional courses rather. And from the professional courses, where do you want to stand, right? And how do you want to take the path out of what are all the options available to you, and what are all the paths you will be taking, or what is the final option you will be choosing based on your interest, and how you will be able to figure out uh, which one you should take or which one you should go on further. Okay, so I think my session will be able to help you get there at least the glimpse of it in next hour. So starting with definitely the due respect to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir, as I would say, learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, and definitely knowledge makes you great. It's only the knowledge that makes you great, right? So we are taking one step in the next hour towards acquiring as much knowledge about what your future path would be. Okay, so taking into it, considering what is IT engineer aspirations, right? By IT engineer, I don't refer to just the engineering degree, but any IT related professional course, right? That will lead your path towards the IT engineer kind of a background, which can be different, like different roles like consultant. I will be coming to those roles as well. Okay. But don't just read as a IT engineer, meaning just the academic engineer word, but IT professional aspirations. Okay. Uh, Obviously, what those can be, right? Center more. The topmost is obviously to bag the highest paid job, right? To bag in the highest paid job. Second, to see the industry from within, right? How those different big companies that we always saw from outside, how those really look from inside, from within. And how it must be fascinating to see, right? Because when I consider myself as one of the students 15 years back, I was very fascinated by this world. Like we didn't have enough set of companies by then in Nagpur, and while being a student, I always was like how these companies would be operating, how though those companies look from within, right? Look like from within. So I was very interested or curious about knowing it. So definitely, I think every student in us wants to understand that, right, before getting in there. Then definitely the third is like with the IT comes, as we are definitely leading the world in the IT services, right? Being in India, we are leading the world. Indian students or Indian professionals are leading the uh, world in providing IT professional services. So being in IT or getting into the IT job, you get an opportunity to travel the world. That's one of the aspirations generally the students entering into IT stream have, right? The next one is definitely getting expertise in the technical domain, like programming, like databases, like networks, right? Operating systems. So getting expertise in any of these areas of your interest, that can be one of the aspirations. Like many of you may be finding like different courses, right? Like what can be done, or what uh, what is basically the area where I should take the course, and then that will lead me to the better career or better IT job, right? Like Oracle certifications, Sun Microsystem related certifications, cloud and data related certifications you talk about. So getting expertise in those technical domains, that is one of your aspirations being a student. The next one is definitely getting a MBA. So yes, when you come to the IT professional career, right? You get through your bachelor's degree, be it a bachelor of science or be it a bachelor of engineering. Post that, to understand or to gain the market aspect or the business aspect, most of you will be interested, I believe, in getting the MBA and to dwell into the business domains like functional consultants, like how banking and finance industry look like from within, like how healthcare looks like or operates from within, understanding telecom processes. So getting MBA and understanding the business level processes, how business operates, and then connecting those businesses with our technology background, right? Giving them the technology backup, leading them into the best businesses. So that's one of the aspirations. So once you are into job, from your IT background or after completing your IT academics, once you get into the IT job, definitely few years later, like it happened with me, right? I completed my master's in computer applications, MCA, in the year 2007. Got campus selected by Cognizant, worked few years, looked within the industry, right? Checked how different companies operate. Like I joined multiple companies like Bank of America, like Cognizant, like HCL, uh, you name it, really. Multiple companies I have joined. IBM. So how after working with these companies, and not just the technology focused, but I got much interested in knowing how the businesses work. Rather, okay, I'll be doing coding, but who I'll be doing it for? What problem, business problem I'm solving by this coding? So those were my interest areas, and that's where I grew up. And uh, I didn't get MBA, but I most of the time I got the business domain related certifications like product ownership, uh, like writing for the PACT publication, the British publications company, as a author of the books or as a tech reviewer of the books. So those are the kind of areas I got into. Okay, and on the in the runtime, right, like on in my everyday life, uh, I solve the problem not just by coding now, but more of towards the business transformation. So understanding what their business challenges are, how to improve their sales, or how to transform their processes, and get onto, and with the help of technology, how to set or set up their sales users, or enable their sales users or strategy users for success. Okay, helping CTOs, helping CXOs to get onto the better reports and dashboard structures, so that their subordinates work well and they able to see through what's happening in their funnel. So these are kind of few examples I would like to give now, but going through the further session, I'll be dwelling into more details. So next is program and project management. So once you get into like the coding, the individual contributor, then you get to the team lead, and then you get to the project management. By project management, it does not really mean only managing the project charter, but more of managing. If you are interested further beyond the coding world, you would definitely be interested in like the program management, how the overall project works. It is not just the project of a few people who are coding, and then you have to deliver it to some production environment and that feature starts working. No, much more beyond that. It's an initiative for an uh, organization to achieve some success objective, right? So with that in mind, the one who is managing the program or the project has to understand or has to align himself with the business objective. And aligning with the business objective, meaning there are multiple activities like managing your IT team, but with the aspiration of where we really are going to, like with by solving that business problem, and understanding why factor of that business problem, why we need solution to this business problem. Understanding that we need to get into different problems, like different problem solutions, uh, like getting into procurement solutions, like getting into hold of business stakeholders, understanding their grasp of that initiative, facilitating the different teams and conversations between them. So this is all the jobs of project manager. Or at a more higher level, it's more of a multiple group of projects. The one who manages it is like program manager. So one of you, like few of you definitely would like to go into project or program management once you dwell into your IT professional career. Next to that is like work towards implementing innovative ideas. So not everyone wants to really get into the program management or uh, just the coding part, but most of people have ideas in mind, right? That okay, I worked for the company for these many years, but now I have this idea in mind. I have to idealize it. Just like Swiggy, like different applications, you name it, like Paytm and all gave birth, right? CEOs were working uh, with different companies, providing their talent to those companies to get succeed, but they had deep inside idea in mind which they didn't materialize by then, but they in certain time point they took initiative to materialize that idea and to take that to the next level, right, of innovation. So definitely few of you might be working towards the innovative product developments. That's a totally product development kind of a world. Okay, and not necessarily it is a IT product, it may be any kind of product. Maybe you are solving not just the business problem, but maybe the environment problem by materializing few of your ideas. So that's a complete free form world, uh, the world of innovation. So you might be going into that world too. And the next one is patenting through the technology research work, right? So it is not just that you're working for definitely coding, project program management, or your innovative idea, but few of you really want to have some unique thing in your hand, right? You are working on some unique research, you are implementing or you are inventing something which is really helpful for the businesses, for the world, and you want to patent it, right? So patenting is one of the area where very few people think of it, but yes, that's the area, and that has a very much potential, right? Because we are into the world where the problems every day there are new problems, right? So definitely problem comes, as we say, the solution comes before that. We just need to invent it and find the right place to put that solution once the problem arises. So that's where the patenting would work. So these are the kind of IT engineer aspirations. Uh, one of you might see yourself in one of these right now, or maybe even if you are not clear today, at least you know these are the areas and where you would like to see yourself in. Okay, let me know if it is or if I need to stop or hold anywhere. So typical terms in IT industry. So how this IT industry looks like from within, right? What are these different terms uh, you will be coming across, right? Or you will be facing. You know already, you are smart people. You know already as you're attending the conferences on the data and AI innovations. Um, you know what data means. You know what artificial intelligence means. You know up to certain extent where those are applied or where those can be applied to make a better world, right? So few of the here just I'm touching upon few of the terms, right? Like definitely the business problems, management, design, system, conference, program, software, systems, machine, engineering, production, hardware, software, documentation, language. So these are the kind of words, those are going to be your world, or those are going to be part of your world being in the IT professional's career. Moving to the next, like technology company categorization. So, considering yourself getting into the technology world, uh, Anindita, just let me know if I'm going very fast or I need to slow down. Considering students and the pace, I would like to know about it. Okay, I think I'm in a better pace, so I'll continue with this. The technology company categorization. So, by this, what I mean, like considering yourself as a student, where you would like where you will be landing in few years for a job, what are all your tracks, what the type of company you will be joining in. So there are mainly very broadly categorized product based or service based two types of companies in India to join from. uh, Mostly we have a very huge technology service base. Okay, so for tech world or for IT world, we have more of a service based companies. Like we have heard the giants, Indian companies, right? Like Wipro, like Infosys, like TCS, HCL, Persistent. All these are service based companies. What do they do? So there are multiple clients. Like say for example, I'm running a healthcare company today. Uh, Maybe I'm producing few of the medicines or maybe few health plans, and I want like those to be sold to the world. And to sell it to the world, I need a website, I need a wholesale market software, uh, lot many things, right? Like my employee management softwares and everything. So anything and everything that is related to my softwares, be it my strategy, be it my sales, be it my for my operations, be it for my employees. So all those things definitely I'm going to need IT applications, right? To make my world or to make my work more efficient for my company. So what I will do is, I being a healthcare company, I'm investing more into like my healthcare product development. Uh, like say, for example, uh, I'm producing or I have a production house for medicines, right? So I'm focusing on production of my medicines. But to sell these, I need to maintain the IT applications as well. So for that, I'm not an IT expert. I'm a healthcare company. So I will be outsourcing this to say Persistent or to HCL, saying, hey, I need a softwares for my sales guy to sell it better, for my employees to manage their leaves, to track their leaves, track their attendance, everything. Uh, for operations to continue those production operation tracking, so I need these softwares. And for these softwares, what I will do is, like being a healthcare company, I will not implement those softwares in house. I will approach better available IT vendor or IT company in the market. And there, that is where TCS, Infosys, Persistent companies like this come into picture. So what do they do? So now here, with this healthcare example, the company like TCS or Persistent are actually providing services to the healthcare company, saying, okay, we have expertise in this Java or some web applications, and we will be implementing a web application for your employee leave tracking system, attendance tracking system, everything. And also we have expertise in some sales tools or technology based services. We have a good talent who knows that technology, and they will be implementing for you your sales channel, so your sales automation softwares. So that is where actually TCS will be coming into picture, or Persistent will be coming into picture and implementing those different services for them. So service based companies are that the companies that offer professional services and collection of skill sets, right? That, okay, I have people like 100 people with Oracle skill set. If you want to implement something on Oracle platform, we have that skill set, we have that expertise, we'll be able to help you out along with the architecture and end-to-end development. So such are the kind of services, or such are the kind of features they set, and they offer the services. So examples, as I said, is like TCS, Tech Mahindra, Accenture, Cognizant, some Indian companies, some American companies, which still have who still have a very good base in India, right? We have quite a talent pool, and people are working in these companies in a larger scale. So service-based company also has verticals and horizontals. Basically, verticals meaning aligning their workforce to the businesses. Like, okay, Cognizant, say for example, I worked with Cognizant before, and I'd like to give example is like they operate with the vertical and horizontal structures. Sorry. Okay, so they operate in a vertical and horizontal structures. Like, okay, we offer services for banking verticals, we offer services for healthcare verticals, we offer services for media and technology or telecom companies. So what does that mean? Vertical meaning they have like their vice president or their people associated in such a way that, okay, those vice presidents will take care of only the uh, so VP for BFSI will only take care of the BFSI clients. BFSI meaning the banking financial services services industry clients. So say for example, okay, Cognizant has a very good account of JP Morgan, or Cognizant has a very good account of Bank of America. Cognizant has a very good account of like Citibank or Citigroup. So those are the kind of verticals they operate in. Okay, so there will be VPs who will be taking care of those accounts, and there will be people underneath. Um, so it is not just one account like Citigroup. Suppose Cognizant has Citigroup as one of the accounts, meaning there are people working on Citigroup's projects specifically. There are Cognizant employees working for Citigroup's projects. So just being a Citigroup as one account, there might be 3,000, 4,000 people working on different technologies. So 3,000, 4,000 Cognizant employees working for those Citigroup projects. Like maybe Citigroup has like 50 projects going on with Cognizant. One project takes care of sales transformation using the cloud-based software. Another project is for their artificial intelligence using like some artificial intelligence Google tool. Another project is for say Microsoft tools. There is another project for service transformation for Citigroup services. So that is all those initiatives or all those applications that Citigroup wants to implement are in different technologies, right? Because for sales, maybe there is a best technology in the market, but for services, there is another technology who is better in the market. So Citigroup will actually invest in the bestest of the technology, best of the technology world, right? So Cognizant will provide those pool of resources to them that, okay, you want your sales transformation to be done. These 50 people are there who has that skill set that you require for sales transformation. Then you want service transformation also to be done. Okay, we have these 200 people as well who has that skill set. What technology you want to use, we have that resource pool, and we'll be offering those resources to you, those people to you, who will be helping you build those applications in a better manner. So that's the crux of basically how businesses are attached, or how city groups or Bank of America or actual industry, right? Actual industry sector is attached to the IT companies in terms of service satisfaction, right? Service satisfaction and service offerings from the IT side. So now large IT workforce is India is part of the service sector, as I mentioned before. And what are all the roles you will be working? So say for example, you join TCS, Tech Mahindra, Accenture, Cognizant, any one of these. Basically, you will be working as a programmer on various technologies. You may be a Java programmer, you may be one of the like Hadoop or big data technology related programmer. uh, these are the kind of then again moving ahead in that career, you will be design consultant, you will be enterprise architect, domain expert, you will be business analyst, you will be solution architect. Those are the kind of roles you will be performing. Okay, but you will be starting your career attaching your skill set to one particular skill. You can't be just expert in every skill, because you have to devote time, you have to devote your time also to the initiative, not just to the skill, but being a part of that initiative. So whatever the projects you will be part of, you will learn that knowledge or gain that knowledge beyond basics. College definitely will provide you basics, but in the company you will learn actually how it is applied, and how exactly or what exactly it means for that business, right? Your knowledge means for that business, and you will realize you have to go much beyond that than what you have learned. But definitely basic has to be strong. If your basics are strong, over those basic platform only or foundation only, you're going to build your platform, uh, considering the exposure you get. Okay, so that's how your going journey going to be. Okay, in the service based company. How about the product based company? So as I mentioned, product, like in India, more of the products are like Paytm, like Swiggy, like you name it. Actually, we have lot many startups now, right, who worked on the product or innovation based ideas. So if you want to work for a product based company, you will be working like one of the Amdocs. Amdocs is a product based company. So what do? They have their own products, plus they help in building the product to the other companies. Okay, so they do the outsource, they do accept the outsourcing by the companies done for the product building. Okay, so what does that mean? Say for example, there is a one company who are actually building their product, but to build that product efficiently, they have their own 50 people, but they want 100 people only for next 6 months. So they will come to Amdocs and they will say, okay, you guys are going to help us, not just providing service, but you're going to help us build our product for some time. So such are the kind of product based companies you will be part of. Amdocs is one of the very good examples. Then perform market research, need-based analysis to evaluate usefulness of products. So definitely when you get into the product-based company or product-based work, you get into a complete different track. You're not working on the requirement given by client, but you're working on the product. Like, okay, if say for example, Flipkart, Flipkart is the product. Okay, how it is a product? It is not just the IT application. How it is a product? It is a selling platform. So to build that selling platform, you have to someone had to have an idea, right? Innovation, and then they started building that innovation. Or best example would be Mintra, right? Mintra shopping app. Like it started with such a small boutique kind of app, but now it innovated itself in like providing multiple or a broader range of what you would say is like range of clothes, accessories, and all that. uh, Different section in it, different offers. So that application, that whole Mintra business is done online, right? You don't find a shop for Mintra, if I'm not wrong. Okay, so how it works, how does it work? Basically it works like, okay, someone has that innovation in mind, that okay, I'll be selling the clothes or accessories or design wear uh, only online through the online platform, right? I'll be sending it throughout the country. I'll be sending it like across the country, and I'll be selling it in the better prices. I'll be providing some good ethnic wear discounts and all that, so that most of the people get easy access to the clothes they want or the apparels they want, right? So that's where the Mintra has started. But now just starting one online app would not help, because they will have to survive, right? For survival, and for considering like to be top in the industry, they will have to definitely come up with the innovation and ideas, right? So that's where, like, if you join some IT, some like technology department of Mintra, what you will be working towards is like not just working on a software, but on the product side, you will be working on a market research, need-based analysis to evaluate if really this app or really whatever features you are introducing in that Mintra app are going to be useful for the users. Okay, implementing the top innovative ideas into products. So whatever top ideas you have in mind, considering that motive, you will be implementing those in the product. Then heavy use of AI, definitely, like who person likes what, right? So say for considering their browsing history, how frequent user they are and all that. With the heavy use of AI and analytics, uh, those apps will be predicting the need or success of proposed product. So that's one of the definitely a very good use of AI and analytics for a product based company. So, what are all the roles you will be performing? So, you will be either the technology engineer as well, product engineer as well, product manager, and all that. So, companies, what are all the companies? So, as you know, Google, I mean, the worldwide, right? Not just the companies in India. Google, IBM are the like IBM is a service company basically, but Watson is their own product, which is artificial intelligence related product. Um, to give an example, Watson is such a super or artificial computer, you can say, who has passed the medical entrance exam that it can treat patients. Okay, there is a controversy on that, that okay, can it replace doctor directly? But yes, capability wise, it did replace doctor. It cleared America's uh, doctor's medical entrance test. Okay, that's artificial intelligence tool. And definitely Twitter is another product. Tipco, integration platform related product. Amdocs is another product company, as I mentioned. And that FANG is basically Facebook, Apple, Amazon. Uh, Facebook is Meta now, okay, and is Netflix, and G is Google. So all those are product companies itself. Okay, so you'll be working for either product-based categorization or service-based. From India, mostly you start, like I have started my career with Cognizant. So mostly you start career with the service-based company, because more openings we have is with service-based company. India is the largest platform for service sector in IT specifically. So moving to the next, what are all the latest technology trend? So you already are attending the conference which is focusing on the AI and data, right? But apart from that, what are all the things, like what are all the latest things that you should be focusing on? So definitely number one is artificial intelligence and ML, machine learning. Then cloud computing, for example, Salesforce, Google Cloud, Zoom. Those are a few of the products based on cloud computing. Uh, Third is robotics, drones, automation, like RPA, the robotics process automation. What does robotic means? Robotic is not literally the robot only. Robotic meaning automation of any typical task. Say, for example, you have most of the time, like you're a student, like the admission process, attending the admission rounds, then going through the admission process, then submitting your mark sheets, the previous mark sheets and all that, and then um, your result records and everything, right? So that is the typical automation process that needs to be taken care when you submit, like there is a date where uh, date for fee submission and all that, final submission. So once you submit the fees, it goes through some revival, then you get receipt and all. So that is a kind of a typical definitive set of tasks which can be automated using the process automation, the robotic process automation, wherein you just enter first touch point and then everything automatically takes place, so that's saving the time of the people and also bringing accuracy in results. So that's where robotics or drones and automation comes into picture. I have given one example like here, Amazon using drones for delivery. So here in US, we started like Amazon started using drones for the package deliveries. Okay, so that's how the robotic process automation is like. What would have happened is like whatever order you place on Amazon app, um, considering your delivery address, that packet definitely drone catches that packet and delivers at your doorstep instead of vehicle coming in, right? So up to certain extent that can deliver like the lightweight packages and all that. So that's one of the very good example of robotic process automation, that there is no human intervention. Once the automatically the order is placed and order is put during fulfillment, the order is put at certain station. From there automatically the drone will pick it up, drone will read the address through the programming, and drone will deliver it to the address, okay, the mentioned address directly, and update in the system, taking the screenshot that it delivered the product, it dropped the product at customer's place, and taking the screenshot, updating the records. Sorry, hello.
From their side, I think something different. No queries, I think. That is something different as a humming somewhere.
Okay, okay,
You can
okay,
continue.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Is it going well? Is it receivable, or do you want me to go slow, Rakesh?
It's superb. It's a
Uh, yes, ma'am.
simple.
Yeah, I would like to know about it because I'm not here.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't
Yes,
see
ma'am.
students, right? So, okay. So just let me know if students are not getting. I will go slower. Okay.
Sure.
The next technology trend is like networks, right? So networks meaning not just the network administrator that we understand that, okay, you are in college. So what does network administrator mean? Like definitely you are having the lab, you are having the networks, like computers are connected. You have some network person working in that lab, right? So it is not just that network administrator. Networks meaning the faster the network, the 5G invention that as we all understand now need to connect from home, needed for faster decisions for self-driving cars. So how how important network is. So definitely if network is slow, we can't connect this through this WebEx meeting, right? We spent few minutes earlier. That's the best example. But that is very minor or what was a basic example. But if you have a strong networks, to deliver the data in the apt speed or the fastest speed, what we can deliver is like even in US there are hello, can someone go on mute please if not speaking. Okay, all right. So networks is like in US there are projects going on or there is a work going on or self-driving cars. You must have heard about it. So what does that mean? That will be a driverless car. So how will that car be driven by road on a road? So definitely here, like in India, we have speed of kilometers, right? Like 40, 50, 60, or 80 kilometers on highway. It's 80 kilometers per hour on highway. It's quite faster, right? Even though we see accidents and everything in US, like roads are like every small road, even if you take, is like a expressway. Okay, like there are multiple lanes in it, and the speed is like minimum 50 miles per hour. 50 miles is approximately 75 kilometers per hour, and distance is quite large, right? Like almost 3 or 4 times larger than India in terms of geography. So to cover the distance, right? If it is a self-driving car, if it is a driverless car, just the remote, right? Will be not even the remote. It will be the car will have a destination in it, and it will drive on the road. So if some man some like man or human is driving the car next to that automatic car, and all of a sudden the brake is applied or all of a sudden the route to be changed or lane in the car to be changed, all that uh, for the automatic car or the driverless car or a self-driving car we say, uh, it has to be very strong on the very strong network to take that live decision, right? Because on the go when you are on the 80 to 100 kilometer per hour of a speed, and you want to take a driving like decision, that computer has to take that decision, right? So it cannot delay the decision, otherwise they will just ram that car on the other car, right? So that's the kind of the projects are going on. Definitely they have a huge dependency on networks. Okay, so that's one of the area you can say. So if you want really to work on the network areas and that's your interest area, there is a lot to work on. Okay, there is a lot to work on, there is a lot to see research on. It is not just the network administrator role that you might be aware of so far, but you just take the glimpse of this self-driving car project or automatic devices or project. Self-driving car is the best example for you to get fascinated about and to read more towards it if you are interested in networks world. Okay, so another area is like IoT. IoT is what? So Internet of Things. Internet of Things meaning the wearable technology. All we know is Apple Watch, right? We have lot many competitive watches in market. Um, what is that like? So definitely, watch is actually tracking your heart rate, and if there is something wrong in your body, it will give you signal. That watch will give you some alarm that hey, something wrong. Maybe your blood needs to be checked or your blood pressure needs to be checked, uh, temperature of the body needs to be checked, something like some even warning signs of heart attack as well. So it can be that innovation can be at a very high level, right? Like now IoT just started delivering results. Wearable technologies just started delivering results. It is, you can say, is at very early step, even though there are innovations and Apple Watch Series 7, like from 3 to 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8 as well that we see. But there is a lot that needs to be done. So IoT has a huge scope. If embedded technology really is area of your interest, wearable technology is the world for you. Like like AI, with AI enabled um, how to give you example, like I have a very good example for IoT, like what can be done to give you that glimpse of the interesting part of it. Okay, so say for example, now that I have Apple Watch. Okay, so my Apple Watch tracks heart rate for now. It tracks all my exercises for now, but going further, it does not give me lot many things. When I started using it, I was fascinated by the feature it has given, but later on, as I started using it regularly, I feel like, okay, it doesn't have this, it doesn't have that, it doesn't have that. So lot many things to be innovated. Uh, One of the best example is like based on the artificial intelligence, my watch can track. Okay, so okay, what my heart rate is, how much my weight is, how much my height is, all that information my watch already has. Okay, so based on my how obese I am, what is my body mass index, my watch has track of it. Based on my body of say for example, if I'm obese, right? Based on my body mass index, if I'm in a obese category 1 or obese category 2, then my watch will also track whether I am a diabetic or not. If I am diabetic or if I have high cholesterol or not, my watch will track that too. And if with say for example, if I am obese, I am diabetic, or maybe irrespective of diabetic, if I have cholesterol, and all of a sudden my watch started tracking or giving signal that okay, this is the heart rate. Like now heart rate is increased beyond the risk. So it will already track, like, so that AI based platform in that app which is residing in my watch, what that app will do is based on like okay, it has got a lot many data inputs in it, right? That app has got a lot many data inputs in terms of AI or machine learning, where it learned the inputs that okay, at certain particular heart rate, if for a certain particular BMI of a person, like okay, say my BMI is 45, for 45 BMI of a person, if heart rate goes beyond like maybe 80 pulses per minute, it's a high risk of heart attack. Or if it goes beyond 100, it's something really weird in the body, that person may get fainted. So that's a very risk alarming situation. So my watch will automatically, like, which has that app, like okay, it has got a past data fed in it, right? So now based on that past data, it starts churning and it knows okay, at particular heart rate for a particular BMI rate of a BMI person, uh, there is a risk area. Okay, and there are a lot many such inputs already in that application, right? Which is obviously backed by the AI. But now that I'm wearing that watch on my wrist, and it is already reading my heart rate, it is already reading my BMI, and now it is matching continuously my BMI and my heart rate with the uh, the bulk information that my AI application has, that okay, whether it is in risk category or not, or whether it is approaching the risk category, or it is really at the peak in the risk category. So that way my app watch will give me that signal. So all that, definitely a very basic part of it is already started like working, because I still have watch series 4, and it had like, at least it came up with a heart rate tracking mechanism, and we were fascinated by that. But that's a very basic. Now the use case that I have told, there is, if we, like, tracking the accuracy in that is another level of technology, right? So being a IoT engineer or being a IoT architect, you can work like on the making applications who can, which can really help in the health world up to the great extent. So that's another IoT related case study, I would say. Uh, Next is extended reality. So I think this is, you all must be learning about it. Extended reality is like retail industry, try and buy features, right? Like you do the shopping for the diamond, virtual try and buy is there. You even buy sunglasses. How those sunglasses will look like on you, you don't need to go to the shop, right? You just in the very basic feature, you just see that okay, try to put that sunglass on your face, and like it shows okay how it is like looking like on your face, right? So virtual trial of glasses and stuff. So that's the kind of basic example of extended reality. But given to the extent, if you are interested in that particular area, there is a huge dimension to it, right? Huge dimension as in you can actually create the world around you, just with the virtual reality thing. So that's the power of extended reality. So these are the kind of very key areas, I would say, the topmost in demand areas in coming years. Maybe next 25 years you are going to see the deepest innovations in these areas, right? So think about like you are starting your work, and up to the retirement you want to spend your life in some expertise or gaining some expertise. So you should be looking yourself in one of these areas based on interest. Okay, so that's where the latest technology trends are. Definitely, there are lot many, but you can actually relate lot many things when we talk about at the detail level. Those will be categorized in one of these six. Okay. Moving to the next. So, like as I said, right here, AI and ML and cloud computing and all. I would like to give a glimpse of what cloud computing is. So, uh, I'm sure you all know about cloud computing. Like whatever Gmail even you are accessing, or Yahoo Mail you are accessing, Hotmail you are accessing, all those are basically the cloud computing, right? What you're doing is you just need a URL, you just need a gmail.com URL, you just need an internet username and password. Wherever in the world you are, by the use of that internet, just you type your website name like gmail.com, you put your username and password, and you get all your mailbox accessible from there, right? No matter, you don't need really a floppy disk, hard disk, any pen drive, anything, nothing of that sort, right? You just need your username, password, you need to know the URL, and you need internet. That's it. So that's basically the very, very, very basic and meaningful definition of cloud computing. But in the applications world, this basic has a huge meaning, right? Tremendous meaning, that the Google, Amazon, Salesforce, these companies are standing on the concept of cloud computing. Okay, so cloud meaning obviously giving that whole infrastructure, offering that whole infrastructure in backend, so that like, yes, you can access, like maybe you're opening your email from Nagpur today, you're opening it from Japan tomorrow, maybe US the other day, but your email box has to reside somewhere, right? Like all those emails, you have maybe hundreds of emails in your mailbox, hundreds of attachments or documents in your mailbox, all those are residing somewhere. You're not carrying your pen drive everywhere, but that amount of data your mailbox is carrying, that needs to be stored somewhere. that needs to be provided to you just by providing your username and password, and that needs to be made available to you anywhere in the world. In order to make that happen, there are there is a huge infrastructure that is in use, that is being optimized, and that is being maintained and kept up to date, right? So there comes the basic principles like that Oracle certified professional course offers, right? Like backup and recovery, performance tuning of databases. So there are many big data warehouses to be maintained. Performance backup, everything needs to be taken care in backend in order to offer you the simplest of the feature, which is like, okay, wherever you open your email, you will get your mailbox accessible and all your data accessible. But in backend, a lot is happening to make that a success, right? So that's where the cloud computing is coming into picture. So one of the best example of what top trended cloud computing based company is Salesforce. What it is like, what is Salesforce? I have actually attached a video in here. I'd like to show you that. You able to see my screen, the video? Hello. This is I'm trying to show the Salesforce basically. Uh, just a 2 minute video mentioning about what Salesforce is, what that company is, and what do they do. So just watch it carefully.
Ma'am, it's not visible, ma'am.
Sorry, is it not visible?
No, ma'am.
Oh, that's what I was asking. It shows me stop. I
Oh,
don't know.
okay.
Let me try doing that again. Let me know once you're able to see my screen.
Black, it's loading. I think it will come.
Uh, in WebEx, I will have to reshare again.
Yeah.
Share.
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Okay.
Yes. You are not audible, ma'am. Uh,
Hello. I
Maybe,
hope the video was visible.
yes, ma'am. The video was visible. So, ma'am,
Okay.
at the end, okay, you have muted your from your side, so we can't hear the
Sorry.
video.
Music from my side. You couldn't hear the video, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, it was the video music only.
Okay.
It was the
Oh,
video music and the words in it. I have link actually in that video. Definitely, if you want to, I mean, in the PPT itself, if students want to see that, you can definitely. This glimpse was actually just to show you how Salesforce as an in the industry, how Salesforce really works, and how uh, better example it stands in the world of cloud computing. So, a second, please. The slide that. Yeah. Let me know once you're able to see my screen. AI applications. Do I need to reshare? I think I need to reshare. To share again. I'll share the complete screen though, isn't it?
ma'am, you can share your desktop and then select. Yes, ma'am.
Actually,
Yes, ma'am.
there is a lot on my desktop. So,
Yes, ma'am. Okay, okay. It's visible,
okay.
ma'am.
Yeah. So this one, right? You able to see cloud computing Salesforce application screen, right?
Yeah, yeah, it is there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. So the video that we saw, it was just a quick 2 minutes video. Maybe it was faster, but you can definitely take another glimpse. The meaning behind showing that is like to know, to let you know how Salesforce as a company is like. So this will give you a glimpse, like Google, Amazon, but what we know about Google, what do we know about Amazon is Amazon just as a shopping app, Google just as a Gmail account, right? But there is a much more beyond that. I mean, these are just a very, very small byproducts, I would say, rather not just the main products like Amazon app as well as the Gmail account that we use. But there are lot many things like Google application world, right? The App Store. Um, uh, Apart from that, the Google Cloud the offerings they have as a products, there are multiple Google products, and that's how the search engine, how it works, how does it work, what are all the offerings it provides. So there is a huge meaning behind that. If you understand at least the glimpse of it, you will be interested in at least taking a decision, right? What I'm focusing here is like these terms a lot, know better, try to search about it, and then you will figure out the more the options more you will be able to figure out, okay, let me read more about it, let me try to understand, okay, whether this sounds interesting to me or not. Okay, no, I heard about this but it is not interesting for me. Moving to the next, so that way you will be very clear about, okay, whether you have to stick to it, go dive deeper into it, whether it looks like something interesting for you, or you need to leave that track and choose another. So for that, at least you need to know and you to be able to take a better decision or a more informed decision about it, right? So that's where my attempt is towards. So I'm showing you here Salesforce is like not just the Google and Amazon, but apart from that, Salesforce you are not using in your day-to-day life, but how interesting it could be working using Salesforce. So there is a free source available. There is a very interesting learning platform. It is categorized as, or it is recognized as one world's number one innovative learning platform. So it comes for a free. So if you understand what the technology provides and what it is, right? So there is a tremendous opportunity of a development and uh, developing your career in that. I myself have started my track in Salesforce technology and working towards now soon to be joining as a director in one of the topmost big four consulting companies as well. So offering Salesforce related services to big giant businesses in the world. So what those meanings are, like Salesforce definitely economy is set to generate 1 million jobs in India. Why it is more important to you is it is purely a US based company, but it has a worldwide footprints. It is categorized at Gartner and Forrester reviews. It has always like last 23 years, right, it is always categorized as number one innovative CRM platform. It has never set it goals or it has never given that place to anyone else. So it's that innovative, it's that evolving company. And now that seeing the seeing the service or seeing the talent, right, the young talent pool in India, it has expanded its footprints to service offerings in India as well. So Salesforce opening, like not just the Cognizant, TCS or Wipro like company are developing the skill set on Salesforce platform, but Salesforce company itself is developing the talent pool in India. So they have already they are set to provide 1.9 million, 19 lakh jobs in India market by 2024. Okay, the India CEO is currently Mrs. Arundhati Bhattacharya, who was ex CEO of SBI. Right, she left SBI and immediately after that she joined Salesforce as a India CEO. So it is a true huge potential, and definitely uh, already Salesforce has identified that India is the next market to go about, right? So out of USA, India is the only place they have excellence center in Hyderabad. So you have a huge scope, and this is wonderful company to work with. The kind of purpose you will be working for, the kind of objective, work culture, the leadership you will be getting, the business knowledge you will be getting is everything is awesome. So I want really you to take that effort and read about it. If you need any information, any helping hand, even if you find like that, okay, you need some training sessions on it, I can help you out even in starting the training sessions for this one. Okay, so that's one of the key goal for putting light on the cloud computing area and specifically on Salesforce in that. Okay, so moving to the next one, like AI applications. So as I already mentioned in a brief, right, and you are going to learn a lot about AI and data in upcoming sessions as well. So AI applications like Salesforce has their Einstein. I mean, one of the product is Einstein. That is the Salesforce product. Okay. So AI, as you know, is a huge generic term, right? But there are companies who are bringing those different products, different AI related products in the market, right? Backed up with definitely the huge intelligent algorithms and all. And then you have to decide based on your need which one is better for what. So that's so that way Salesforce Einstein is basically the topmost or the number one AI for CRM. CRM is a customer relationship management. So whenever it is more of your sales transformations, your customer service management transformation for any businesses, they'll be using mostly the all big giants will be using mostly the Salesforce Einstein. But how Einstein is built as a product, it's a very intelligent product. Okay, it predicts all your new opportunities, the potential areas of market where the business should be going as a next target. What are the KPIs for that? So all those sales target or customer service areas, just whosoever called in, who that customer is, what that customer has brought in past, what that customer already have a complaint about, probably might have a complaint about. Has he put a complaint on any of the social media? Whether this customer is of an angry nature or a soft nature, identifying everything just by getting a call. So say for example, I'm a call center, like I'm a representative, customer service representative. My job is to sit at a call center and answer service request for the customer. So when customer calls me in, I will be automatically, just based on that number, I'll be automatically having all the data about, okay, this is my customer. I'm say for example, center representative for Vodafone from Vodafone. Uh, and customer has bought maybe 10 different plans or internet plans, or maybe business to business internet plans, and now have complained about it. Whether he's angry customer, how potential customer it is for me, he is for me, whether this is angry customer or happy customer, whether he has got complaint like he has got 10 plans from me. Maybe with me for last 10 years as a customer, and still have complaint about it. He has posted that complaint somewhere about the social someone like somewhere in the social media on one of the channels, made before Facebook, Insta, or a lot many, right? Twitter or LinkedIn or anywhere. So all that information I will just have on screen. Automatically when customer calls me in and I know, okay, he's angry about it. He has placed that information. He has got my service for like last 10 years. And now I need to, so I'll be, by the time his temper gets high, I'll be ready with the backup plan. That, okay, sir, this is what the plan is for you. This is the compensation for you. All those things can be possible only if you get that intelligent information in the most intelligent possible way, right? So that's what where the AI can still be improving and can still be getting to the next level. So these are the kind of use cases I'm telling you. And if you feel that these are fascinating enough for you, you can delve more into it for even better interesting use cases. Or if you need any help, I can definitely help you in getting there. Okay. So coming back to the what Salesforce Einstein is like, as I have explained the use case, right? How intelligence can help in customer representative to customer representatives, really. So this intelligent platform can help you giving the results in the best possible intelligent ways to help you take a informed decision. So now for Salesforce Einstein, what it is, it uses the Watson intelligent APIs in a backend for a data prediction, right? So Watson meaning it is the IBM product. In one of the previous slides I have told you, right? Like Watson is the IBM's product. IBM is a service company, but it has its own AI product, which is number one, who has even cleared uh, the medical exam, the entrance exam, medical exam for the certified doctor in United States. So that's the kind of Watson intelligence. That complete API are being leveraged in the Salesforce Einstein platform. And furthermore, the intelligent use cases the Einstein resolves. Okay. Moving to the next, ML applications or data center. So just showing you the glimpse here, you already know machine learning, what it is, and data center. So how they look like, right? So here are the like machine learning applications. I see here, I have posted one video link here. You can actually feel free to watch that video link, what exactly machine learning is and how its applications are. What technically the definition means does not really suffice when you really have to take a decision whether you might find your interest in this area or not. You don't just need a definition. You need where the applications are, where exactly it is used, right? What machine learning use cases are, what kind of problem this machine learning is going to solve. Based on understanding of those use cases, then you will be able to identify whether, okay, those sound interesting for me or not. Okay, I want to see myself spending my next 20 years of my career in this area or not. Only you need to know about, for to take that informed decision, you need to know about, okay, what are all the things possible using machine learning, what are all the things happening in the world using machine learning, where can I find my way in that area. So once you get that information, then you will be able to take your own decision whether to get into that area or not. Okay. So just start with this video, and then if you need any help to get into the details, definitely I'll be happy to help. So just showing here Google data center. So as I said, right, you access Gmail from anywhere in the world, but what it means for the Google as a company is just to offer that free service to you, they still are managing the data centers this way. This is one of the picture of or facility center of the data center, right? This, your obviously users or customers are not coming in here. There are data engineers working, like there are lot many data hard disk and warehouses are being managed like this, many putting many coolers, putting many storages, the complete detailed infrastructure in place. So this is the photo, left hand side photo is one of the Google data centers. Okay. And right hand side, if you see inside view of that data center, those bricks outside, how they look like. These are all the different hard disk attached, maintenance of backup and recovery and performance and tuning and everything is done of this huge data center. And not just one, there are such many data centers managed by these companies, be it a Google, be it a Facebook, be it a Amazon. Everyone actually who is offering the cloud services have to manage data centers like this. Okay. So managing data center, definitely they need efficient networks, efficient data transformation speeds. efficient OSCP, right? Like Oracle Certified Professional kind of a certification. Not, I'm not actually emphasize only on Oracle. I'm saying certified professional. That course has like backup recovery, performance tuning, and those are the basic skills that you learn today will be applicable in here. So, say for example, you have learned backup and recovery and performance tuning of the databases, right? So now what your job will be at data centers is like one of the possible job is you get to this data center as a database administrator. So all these data residing in different disk, right? You will be responsible for performance and tuning of those data, backups and recovery. What if any of the disk in this big racks is not working or started stopped functioning? What is your plan B for it? Right, so you will be working on those data strategies on the bigger scale. So that will be your job. Okay? So that's one of the glimpse of it. Okay, so another next area is BPM, the business process management. So I'll not take much time in here. I'll just touch base on this topic as we have already, I think, passed quite for a long time. But I hope this is interesting for you. Just go through it. Business process management is like, as I have mentioned, right? Business process kind of automation, where, say, for example, the best example is like putting in order, right? Like in Amazon, you place an order and then till the order gets delivered to you. Uh, you have people like delivering that box on your door, but at your door, but there is a lot of automatically can be happened, right? Can be managed, right? Like you putting in, like you seeing the product, you seeing putting in all your payments and everything, you hitting the submit button, place order button, and post that, like the fulfillment signals, who that order should be going to, who will be fulfilling that order. Once that order is fulfilled, not fulfilled, that is started actually coming from the supplier chain. Now automatically that order needs like status to be updated. If it goes to the delivery house or warehouse, the status to be updated into the next one, when it will be delivered, the estimated time zone, estimated time to be updated right way. So all that should not be manually intervened for each order, right? Because Amazon has lot many orders in a day. So all that automation beyond that is a basically business process automation. So putting an order into an application is one of the business processes. Automating that process, business process, to make it a faster and error free and more efficient is basically can be done using the business process management, a better business process management. So this is a sample workflow I have given for one of the example. Um, and also to learn it in a more interesting way, I have attached the YouTube link and image URL. So please go through this one. Okay. Next one is enterprise architecture. This is interesting one. So once you go past few years in your career, like as a programmer or as a team lead, moving to the next one is enterprise architecture. So what does enterprise architecture mean? How is it important? So enterprise architecture meaning when you are working as a developer, right? You're solving one business's problem. So say for example, if you are working on a sales project as one of the Java developer, okay, or one of the data developer, I mean AI developer or machine learning expert or something like that. Okay? So if you are like AI programmer, you're working on one particular project, but taking this example of like say airlines, right? Airlines has got multiple departments. Airlines has got what you say, like obviously the flight bookings center, then employee management softwares. It has got hotel booking related businesses to it, apart from the like domestic and international differently, as per the different time zones and different regulations of the different countries. They have to manage their rules and regulations differently. So there are lot many things come into picture, not just the flight ticket and putting you from one source to another destination. That's not just the simple business. It's a complicated one, right? When it comes to the international one, crossing the time zones, passing the immigrations of different countries, abiding by their laws and everything. So for all those different things, there are different software is going to be needed. There is a business architecture to be set up for that, right? Like they're going to need to hold a lot of data. They're going to need to hold a business architecture, like what these different processes look like. They also need a huge technology backup to make that all everything faster and efficient, right? So all that comprising all those different system, like okay, they need a huge data for Oracle, but they need a faster networks. So they need a networks and routers and Cisco infrastructure in place for say. Then they need maybe the ticket booking software. Then after the ticket booking software, they need a customer cancellation services, call centers, all those different departments, right? For all those, they are going to need different types of applications. So that is where the whole enterprise architecture will come into picture. So even though, say for example, if you're working on Air India, uh, you're not just actually booking a flight, right? Uh, as an end user, I'll be booking a flight. As a uh, as an air hostess, they are serving me. Pilot will be driving the plane. As a customer, I'll be sitting in and enjoying the service, right? Moving from one source to another destination. But meanwhile, lot many things are whether my baggage is taken care, how much was the limit, whether my bag tag is correctly done or not, whether it is put on a belt or not, whether my bag is delivered correctly or with the defects. Lot many processes are there, right? To manage everything in an efficient way, definitely there are going to be different kind of softwares and different kind of technologies needed. So that bringing that bunch together and stitching that one bunch with the another is the whole enterprise business architecture. So you'll be working as one person as a developer somewhere in some part of that enterprise architecture. But when we grow in the journey and when you understand that layer of a business, you go as an enterprise architect as well. That's a very demanding and very interesting and very kind of job that demands a good talent. So that's another area for you to seek. So areas of scope, uh, more of technical, as I have mentioned a lot, right? Like segment wise, product based, service based, and then what are all the technology trends, and in technology trends, the best use cases. As per those use cases, what are all the different roles you should be playing or you will be playing based on your interest. So all I have mentioned, but summarizing in here is like there are two categories to it, technical and functional. So like if you really want to, okay, I'm not the business guy, I just want to be technical. So you can be a programmer, you can be a database administrator, you can be data mining consultant, you can be kind of data network programmer, embedded programming specialist, any AI expert, any script expert, anything. So those are the kind of technical roles. But if you want to go functional, you want to understand more towards the business aspect of it, you can go as an industry domain, like domain expert, like banking, financial domain expert, like healthcare domain expert, solutioning expert, functional or technology consultant who offers services that okay, hearing the business problem that okay, okay, airlines is my like okay, Air India is the airlines who is my customer. Now they have very poor sales and everything. That is their problem. They have hired my company. I'm going as a technology consultant for them. That okay, I will recommend them, guys. Okay, based on your problem, this is what is not going right. This is where the area you should buckle up. You should tighten it up. You should sell it this way, or you should use software this way. Your software is very slow or not that intuitive. What intuitive points you need to bring, all those kind of services or all those kind of intelligence or recommendations or advisory, I'll be providing them. So as a functional consultant, so that's the kind of functional role. Then definitely project manager and pre-sale solution or sales director, those are the kind of functional roles, are the areas of scope for you. So you start with a programmer, but you go deep into it and it's an ocean. Okay, and it's very interesting. uh, So what do you have handy to get there? So this is probably the last uh, thing I'll be touching upon. So to get into the technology world, what do you have? You have knowledge of programming languages. What are you learning today, right? You're learning programming, you're learning algorithm, flowcharts, and all that. You must be thinking by now that whatever I have explained is a very jazzy and big picture of it, right? You don't have any skill set to get there, how to get there. But I would say you have that skill set to get there. You have basics that you get from college. So what are all those basics you need to focus on? So these are the areas you need to focus on. Number one, programming languages, the kind of programming languages you're learning. That exact same programming language you may not be using because maybe you're in the first year of some degree today Maybe you'll be getting job after 2 years, and whatever programming language you are learning today may not be the current by by next 2 years. By the time you get job, that language may not be current. So what would happen? At least that programming language has given you the syntax building mechanism. It has given you the logic building mechanism, right? That will stay intact regardless of any syntax of the language. Okay. So say for example, you have learned C today, but you are going to um, do coding in some different language, or after 2 years, right? Say Python. So you haven't learned Python, but now develop the skill for logic building. So that is what you are going to use here while learning Python. And Python syntax you will learn anyway, because you know how to learn syntax, how to use them and all that. For one language you have done it. For second language, that's not a big deal, uh, as far as you have your logic building mechanism in place. So this is what the basics you learn, and those are actually useful, not exactly in the shape that you learn, but those are useful in the to be covered into the different shape as per the business needs. Okay. So the second is algorithm flowchart. We do that algorithm flowchart, the basic things in our lab classes, right? But and we generally feel that, okay, why is flowchart needed? It is time taking. All those different symbols and different shapes I'm writing and putting in simple English sentences. But you know, when you whether it is useful or not, but just to give you a glimpse, like when you uh, implement the bigger transformation processes, you start with the simplest possible ways. Okay. To solve the biggest problems in the world, you have to have a simplest approach. As there is a saying, the thing you cannot put in a simplest way, you cannot solve it. Okay. Meaning, anything that if you can't think or imagine the solution to it in a simplest way, you cannot really solve the problem. Okay. So definitely flowchart is the simplest possible way to solve the complex programs or complex algorithms or complex business processes in the real life application. Really, all those experts and enterprise architects go with the simple possible ways, like putting in the basic flow charts. Okay. So that's, and that is that algorithm and flowchart technique you will learn in college. That's the handy skill you will have when you get onto your job. In the query language, any of the query language, I think you might be learning SQL, or yeah, SQL, or I think, yeah, SQL, or maybe SQL. You call it a SQL at SQL, and there are other languages as well now, the .NET related or the other platform related query languages. So any of the query language. So where you know the data retrieval mechanism you learned. Syntax can be different. You can just transform it into a different syntax. Okay. Then data structures like linked list, arrays, tags, queues. I'm sure you must have found that as a difficult, but it is most of the interesting topics, and you are going to need those applications in real life. In IT world, definitely arrays, tags, and queues and all that, you cannot get rid of it. Those are useful in most of the applications, not most, in every application, you would say. Then apart from that, the DBA skill, as I have already mentioned a couple times, um, the the backup and recovery, the performance tunings, and all that are the database normalization and administration concepts. You're gonna need those, irrespective. Like you may not use exactly the Oracle DBA concepts, but the DBA concepts that you are using, you have learned using one of the platforms. You're gonna use those concept. Platform is gonna be different. Okay, but the concept is going to be same. So it's like you may use those in data mining technologies, you may use those in the data warehousing technologies, but concept are the same, the logics are the same, that you are going to learn in your college. Okay. um, the next is statistics or operations research to solve the complex AI predictions. So operations research, the queuing theories, the statistical method, the linear programming problems, really those are really helpful in AI prediction algorithms. Okay, those are the real life application areas for those. So whatever you learn in operations research, you may feel today probably how whether it is interesting or not. I found it very interesting, but definitely when you learn that, okay, those LPP problems and queuing theories are going to be useful for me in solving AI related prediction problems or AI prediction algorithms, that becomes interesting. because you know that as a basic you learned from college, and now you are putting that in a perspective when you are on a job to solve the most efficient business problem, most difficult business problem. Okay. The next is SDLC, the software development lifecycle. You have a subject called software engineering everywhere, where you learn the basic software development lifecycle. Yes, that basic concept is needed so that logically you are able to understand where that project is going on. Okay, like which phase you are into, where you are introduced into the project, and what next milestone you will be moving ahead with. So definitely those basics are going to be needed. And the next is providing your innovation through the academic project. So whatever academic project you do, right, you exactly use any programming language or any database, you do algorithm flow charts, um, based on any array structures or like linked list structures. uh, you do some actually, what do we say, sequencing or retrieval of the data. Then you do that project in some phased manner, like requirement analysis, then design, then coding, then performance testing, and then putting into live environment. So that is basically SDLC. So comprising all these first 7 steps that I have helped, are you understand, uh, putting all those, clubbing those 7, and putting it in a academic project where you understand how important it is to tie everything together and implement one particular module or one particular project that will function as one application. So that you learn during the academic project. And exactly the, you can say whatever academic project the way you have done in one semester during your college, or during your degree curriculum, uh, maybe the 100 times bigger version of it is the real life project. So that's how it is basically. Second. Yeah, so that's basically what it is, like how to get there. So like, meaning whatever technology world wherever it is standing today, but how to get there and what skills you have, you already have those skills. Okay, using those skills and knowing where the technology trends are going today, where your career will be more interestingly secured, that's how you have to take decision, by knowing better. Okay. How to get prepared for the industry selection preparations. So mainly consistency, offering consistency in your in your studies, then logical reasoning, having right aptitude. We always say that having right aptitude and communication language. So all these are really coming together. They make you go towards the better goal. We always say that okay, aptitude and all that is very common but may not be needed and all. They are needed because they are actually the right parameters to test your logical reasoning, to test your abilities, the general abilities, right, uh, to whether to take you or not for that particular project. So definitely those industry selection preparations, just be consistent in what you do and be sincere in what you do. I think that's most important. Any questions? I think I'm done with the session for today. Giving you the glimpse. I hope it is helpful. Just let me know if you should you have any queries. Just reach out to me. You have my email address, and you can reach out to me on LinkedIn platform as well. Thank you. Any questions?
Students, any query? And you have well defined all the job perspectives and in the for the area of AI. So, first of all, ma'am, I really apologize for the network problem and disturbance.
No problem.
And thank you, sir, thank you.
Ma'am,
Uh,
if we can get a chance to see any videos or open link when students are able to see us, because this is the best moment.
Actually, sir, in WebEx, we have a issue that attendees cannot start their videos.
Okay.
That's why there's a problem.
Okay. Any feedback process from we can get the
Yes,
things.
yes, yes, yes. Yes. We have sent them the students. I'm sharing the link with everyone.
Yeah.
Yes. Kindly fill the feedback form.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Aruna, for your precious
Yeah.
time. And it's too late there, but you are giving this good information for.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's okay. It's
Thank you,
midnight
ma'am.
for me. It's almost 12 a.m.
Yes.
And actually,
Thanks
you
a
have
lot.
mentioned all the technical and functional areas of scope.
Yeah.
You also provide very nice ideas of the projects and applications on AI. So actually, ma'am, we have BCA, BSc and MSc CS courses with us.
Hmm.
So our students every year present ideas for hackathon also. The
So,
government hackathon, that is sih.gov.in.
hmm.
So they present ideas for hackathon also, and last year they selected also. Our two groups have selected for Coimbatore.
Okay. Nice.
So,
That's nice.
so thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, our students also present ideas, and your guidance will help them a lot.
Sure, definitely. Should you need any help from my side, just let me know. Happy to.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am. Sure,
we
ma'am.
actually, Aruna, we are just trying to make the great part is Amina ma'am is there, so she's always thinking for the student. As we know, as a past, we know she's so helpful for the student. She's every time thinking for the student, and that's why the things is whatever the student has done from after his guidance, we are there. So next label, what can be with a Salesforce or any technology for the cloud?
Um,
She's too good on that one at the architecture level. Even we have the parallel wings which doing the same kind of activity on a development. So we'll see how we can help on that one and how next level of extension we can do for the educations or career oriented program for them. What kind of next training we can provide to them that will help for growing on that. That's all. Thank you so much, Tuhan.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. Thanks. Bye.
Students, I already shared the feedback link. Kindly fill the feedback link, and we will take a 10 minutes break. And after that, our next session, Vorakul ma'am from Thailand will join very soon. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning, ma'am. Varakumal, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes,
A very good morning, ma'am.
yes. Good morning.
Ma'am, do you want to become share a PPT?
You want me to share about PPT, right?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I'll give you the rights to share the PPT, ma'am.
Okay. But mm, I I haven't like the button to share the
Yeah, ma'am.
PPT.
I'll give you the rights to share, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Just.
Now?
Uh, yes, ma'am. Please try now.
Okay, okay.
So, uh,
Okay, that's good. Just moving. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Before we start, we'll introduce you formally. And to introduce you for the session, I invite Professor Samiha ma'am, to please come and take over the session.
Good morning. For today's second session, we have Dr. Varakumal. She's a senior lecturer. She's a senior lecturer and assistant professor. She's a senior lecturer in management and social and political science. Currently, she's assistant professor in business at Faculty of Business and Industrial Development, Mongkut's University of Technology in Bangkok, Thailand. Also, she's a community board of the Association of Research of Thailand. Dr. Varakumal received her Bachelor and Masters of Business from Central Queensland, Sydney, Australia, and DPhil from the Institute of International Studies, Thailand. 15 years experience as a specialist in academics and also member of so many journals as editor both in Thailand and international. Currently, she is working on the topic of designing a hybrid system from an IoT-based security solution. We welcome you, ma'am.
uh,
Ma'am, you are not audible.
kindly unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Because I, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to be here today. Actually, it's like very happy to be here again because it's like uh your country is like very nice, and I love to be like the guest speaker for the Indian all the time. Okay, actually because like I'm not practical with this program much, so probably during presentation or during present my PPT, sometimes it's gonna be interrupt or something. Please wait, okay? Uh, a little bit slowly. So, I would like to share my slide. Okay, it is visible. Okay, where is it? Okay, for it is visible for my PowerPoint, my PPT.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Um, okay. Maybe I minimize this one. Okay, I would like to introduce about the innovation and digital disruption for today about the design thinking. As you know, design thinking in 21st century is quite very important nowadays uh, because I think in your country you already know what it is, but in Thailand it's quite new, and now design thinking is like the core subject or foundation subject for the bachelor, master, and PhD to study. And because of digital disruption, everyone uh, uh, especially in education. That's why about the disruption is related to the design thinking for the every organization. Even though the education is like very special to rethink about the subjects, about the undergrads, about the master and PhD, need to learn more about the uh, new subject, and this is the new subject for Thailand, but not really new. Is occur about 5 years ago already, and my major is like business management. So this subject is very related, because I think design thinking is transform from the architecture, okay, architecture and business and SME, small medium entrepreneur, okay. So that's why these subjects are very important and very useful for the Thai student to learn and adapt for the future to do own business, or sometimes it's like can be consult with any relate business, something like that. Okay, this is my PowerPoint. Okay. um okay, for my introduction, I would like to introduce my country is about Thailand 4.0. About this roadmap. This one is like this one is like Thailand nation plan is in 20 years, next to 20 years from now. Actually, as you know, I think it's like in Thailand, it's like agriculture. Everyone like can make a agriculture product such as rice, such as rubber, such as something is like food, okay, fresh food, something like that. But now we are turned to industry. Okay, now we turn to Thailand 4.0. What is Thailand 4.0? Actually, Thailand 4.0 is mean creativity plus innovation and smart Thailand. So everything will relate about the AI, information technology, and of course for sure, 100% sure. It's like if our student, Thai student, graduate from information technology or something is like soft skill, they will earn a lot of money, a lot of salary in the future. That's why Thailand 4.0 very important. Normally in Thailand, we just uh, invest the money to the lab to the science, but it's not uh, is not occur any innovation or any creativity about Thailand or something like that. But now Thailand turned to be like sell to sell the productivity, something related is about it, the IT and creativity. Okay. Um as the picture, you can see the picture is like everything is like Thailand 4.0, everything can mobility, and that's why soft skill very important because hard skill, the IT, information technology or AI can substitute the human. Okay, so that's why human capital very important. So Thailand 4.0 roadmap or Thailand nation plan need to concern about human capital. So human capital need to build Thai student to think think much more, read or something like that. That's why, as you know, if you can think or creativity, then you can get the new innovation, something like that. Okay. Okay, this one is just introduction. Um, my major, uh, I, my major is human resource management, from bachelor, master, and PhD. So, as you know, like human resource management, when I was young, I learned about the organization culture or something like that. But nowadays, when digital disruption, so about learning organization culture is not that enough. Okay, because we need to learn more and teach more about how to build the people to motivation to such as, for example, we need to like Thai teacher need to teach student how to motivate, like coaching student all the time, guide all the time. We not lecture on the class anymore. We just give them the projects, and at the beginning of the term, Thai lecture will give the big projects, and end of the term they will presentation the projects and get the grading, get the mark. No more lecture on the class for this subject. Okay. um Turn to be like the European style or something like that, not Asian style. As you know, like the Asian style, we always teaching in the class all the time, give them like exercise, okay, in our okay lecture. But now we turn to give them the project and give the mark from the projects, and the project for the design thinking, you need to interview, you need to empathy the people, observation the people, and after that brainstorming and conclude for the final project, something like that. Okay. Okay. So, but first thing we need to just a moment. Component of the motivation. Thai student need to build Thai student for the concern about the surrounding, about environmental for the people. You need to understand your team, what they want, what they need, what they feel, something like that. And the system in the organization, like the Thai culture style or Caucasian style, something like that. And the third one, the communication, As you know, sometimes when the team work together, they did not talk much together. So when they did not talk much together, maybe sometime will occur about miscommunication. Okay, so communication that is good. If you think what you think, so you say it to other team, so team member can know what you want, what you need, something like that. So communication is very good practical for the design thinking, And today, like we share about the conference. So conference is the one of the thing for the communication together with the uh, outbound, Actually, maybe conference is just Thai people is not that good because if you know about the Thai, so you don't have the collaboration. So I have, for example, for myself, I have like the 5,000 people on my Facebook, and I think half half of my friends on Facebook is like Indian. Okay, so I know a lot of professor from Indian, professor from Spain, something like that. So communication is very good, and you need to share and learn together if you work at the teamwork. This one, the main for the motivation. Oh, what happened? Just a moment. Okay. And for the working environmental, as you know, this one for the motivation in teamwork, you need to learn about working to not to workload too much, uh, work hard and pain hard on also is called like the work-life balance, okay? And management style, okay? Management style is concerned about the leadership team or something like that. And leadership style sometimes is like all autocratic and democratic, or it depends on the style. And management style is from this root for management style is formed about organization management. Okay, this one of the concept of organization management. And the next one, compensation package. If you want to, if you need to ask someone to like do something for you, so of course you need to keep the money also, or keep something special, as the poem of the at the poem in English, like no money, no honey. It's the same thing. No money, no honey is the same thing. Compensation. If you don't give them like the good salary, of course, uh, human capital will be seeking for the new component or the new team to work with. Okay, so in the main concept of human resource management, if you lost someone, so you have a lot of ratio for turnover very high, so it means you lost a profit, and you need to an organization will not move forward because need to train the new staff all the time, something like that. Okay, so this one the motivation that we concern. And the next one, measurement and the feedback. Okay, this one very nice. It's like in the marketing also, right? We can keep the measurement of the feedback. If you do the research, it's like rating scale for certification of customer, right? To answer the bad loyalty, something like that. Okay, this one, the feedback is very nice because after get the feedback, so organization will be improved for the performance. Or if your teamwork is not that good, the feedback will be seeking for the new team to make the design, make the marketing or something like that. And the last one, recognition and reward. Don't forget this one. Everyone want to be someone, not nobody. So recognition and reward very important in organization or in design thinking. You if someone do very good, so you need to give them a reward or something like that to be the promote them. Otherwise, the human capital will lose. Okay, talent one will lose because talent in organization very hard to find, right? And if we lost talent in organization, so um, it means your organization will be no success. Okay, this one the component of motivation, and don't forget about fun and motivation in the work environment that encourage fun employee have. Employees have need to have a lot of energy, getting greater self-esteem, interest for their work, team spirit, sustain motivation, and positive attitude, right? I would like to underline about the positive attitude because if you like think positive, so everything is gonna be more easy for you and everyone. Okay, you just forget it and move on. Sometimes like that. So positive thinking is will be good. It's like in the Buddhist also, right? Bud is like principle in the Buddhist, okay, like the Hindu also. I think everything is like positive, not negative. So if you think everything is like positive, your work will be very good. The outcome will be like okay, sometime like that. Okay, something like that. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm a little bit. Okay, and for the clear of the part of the employee performance, what we need to concern? We need to concern about the just moment. What happened with my PowerPoint? Okay, when you need to assign for the teamwork to do like design thinking, you need to think in the term of the system also and the big consequence of the small decision. So about the idea of the team is like very important, and you don't need to be like, oh, your idea is very bad, my idea is much more better or something like that. No, don't do like that. Okay, but please think every idea is like good. Don't cut it out, okay? And the next one is like the human side of the operations. Don't forget the operation is about the capacity, it's about the performance, and it's about the machine for the maintain or something like that. Okay, and the next one is like developing insight into your business system. Okay, this one very important because after you brainstorming, so you need to develop all the idea to the uh, to build to the design for the business what your product look like. Uh-huh. And if you sell in the marketing, customer will buy your product or not or something like that. And the next one is like adapting to the system. Every organization have the system, so you need to adapt your idea to the suitable for the customer. Okay, for the so you need to find the best solution for fix the pain point of the customer, something like that. Okay, and continue being the proactive and caring for the system. Employee know their side of the wall and challenge, understand, and improve of the system. Don't forget to understand and how to sell your product in the right way, such as is like you need to sell your product in online or something like that, okay? Or the hypermarket. You need to think about that with your team, and after that, you do the marketing, okay? And okay, this one is inspire, motivate, teamwork. Okay, yeah, a little bit. Um, I have okay. For the motivation, your teamwork or design thinking, when you think about your product, you need to concern about the human side of the teamwork also. Caring make a difference, leads them from the heart. How employees show their commit to each other, and motivation, leadership, and affair of the heart. You must to have fire in the belly. Team building, there is love got to do with it. It means for overall of this PPT, overall of this PowerPoint is about what I would like to underline for this one is like you need to empathy with your teamwork, how they feel, how they know, how they act, or something like that. Because, as you know, in design thinking, you cannot work alone. So you need to work with the team, with the others. So if you understand and empathy with your teamwork and communication more, so your outcome is gonna be 100% success. Sometimes it fail at the beginning, but after that it's gonna be good. Because if you fail, so sometimes when your product fail in the marketing, you can get the feedback from customer why it failed, why you don't like my product, something like that. And after that, you get some feedback and brainstorming with your team. So after that, you will get the pain point of your product also, why it's not success in the market or something like that. That very good concept, but very hard to do. Okay, but you need to uh not start up, not success like only 1 year, maybe like the 5 years, such as Alibaba, right? Alibaba is the Jack Ma, right? Jack Ma not success in the first year, but he success like the after 10 years for the Alibaba. After that, it's like the wow idea for the startup is wow. And okay, he is millionaire. Okay, that's the so everything need to be get more experience and time, as like Rome doesn't build finish in 1 day. Okay, as the foreigner poem. Okay, this one the spirit of the teamwork. Okay, I think from my side it's all. I think it's finished. Okay, okay, it's okay now. I think it's all my knowledge that I would like to share for your guys today. Sorry because I'm not practical with the six so much, because normally I use Zoom, in Thailand Zoom very popular, and this one is like the one of example for the digital disruption, right? Everyone useful and like to be for me, I'm not like to be the online class. Like to be the on-site class. Okay, okay, I think it's time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any question? Thank you so much for listening. And if you want my PowerPoint, I will share for you guys. And if you have any questions or any uh Any help? Want me to guide for your guys? Okay, for the human resource management, my business. My major. Sorry.
Thank you so
Okay.
much, ma'am, for your support. It was a wonderful session, ma'am. And indeed, I think it's to see from the both side of the management for motivation. Thank you so much for the session, ma'am. Participants, if there are any questions, you can post questions in the chat box. Ma'am, your volume. Uh, Ma'am, you are not audible.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now you are audible.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the session. Students, I will send you the feedback link. So kindly fill the feedback form. Hmm.
Hi.
Uh, okay. Shubhajit sir, am I audible? Shubhajit sir,
Yeah, hello, good morning. Good morning,
uh,
Ms. Nandita. Yeah, yeah, you are very much audible.
good morning, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Moving towards our last session of today's ICMT 2022 Day 2, our speaker for this session is Mr. Subhajit Bhattacharya. He is the Associate Vice President from, sorry, he is the Associate Vice President and founder of CASECS India. He is a seasoned IT professional having tenured experience, technology, entrepreneur, thought leader, mentor, author, and speaker. He has got deep experience into IT strategy for AI enablement, IoT, and digital transformation, IT consultancy, solution architecting, complex software engineering, with some of the global Fortune 100 multinational companies. As an associate vice president at Accenture, he is leading intelligent automation and scaled agile delivery. Prior to Accenture, he has worked in Microsoft Centers of Excellence at Tata Consultancy Services, worked as an IT application manager at Bank of America. Other organizations he worked were IBM, General Electric, and Oracle. He is a founder of an advanced strategic education consulting startup, CASECS. He is an honorary advisory council member of Harvard Business Review, USA. He has served as a business advisor and a board member for Indian IT startups. He is honored as an editorial board member for BioDiverse Scientific Publishing Company, Australia. He has been honored as a designated mentor of change and regional member of Vernacular Innovation Program for Atal Innovation Mission, NITI Aayog. to promote innovation and entrepreneurship in academia across pan India. He has been also honored as a mentor for startups by Ministry of Commerce and Industry. He has been honored as a mentor for innovation and startup by MHRD Innovation Cell, Government of India. Sir has represented India as a mentor for innovation projects in Asian India Hackathon organized by Ministry of Education. Sir is a member of Board of Mentors for Entrepreneurship at IIM Kashipur and IIM Bombay. IIT Bombay. He is an executive of the Board of Studies as an industry delegate at several universities. He has chaired special sessions in the international conferences and has been a member of technical advisory board members. He has been visiting consultant for various government and government undertaking organizations for IT enablement and consultancy. For over 10 years, he has been associated with various colleges and universities as a guest lecturer, board of studies, and for disseminating industry focused training as part of Industry Academia Knowledge Exchange Venture and for mentoring academic projects. He has written for several journals and research papers on information technology and business management, and he is a regular contributor to them. To which extent he is listed in the Google Scholar and Research Suite also. He is an active member of Project Management Institute, Harvard Business, Project Management Association UK, IEEE, Cloud Computing Association, All India Management Association, senior member at Machine Intelligence Research Lab, Washington. His papers and research articles have been selected and published in the international journals. With this, I kindly welcome Shubhajit sir. Sir, please.
Thank you, Ms. Vanita, for the wonderful introduction of mine. Good morning and Happy New Year to all, to the um, to
Happy
the
New Year,
directors
sir.
of the university, to the um, invited speakers and the students. With this, I'm going to start my session. For some time, I will stop my video because I'm going to share my screen. So hope that will be fine with you all. Ms.
Yes,
Anita,
sir.
I believe the share option is disabled. Can you get this enabled for me?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now you are the presenter. You can share your screen.
I hope my voice is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If my voice is fine, it's let me know once my screen is visible to you all. Is it visible?
No, sir.
Okay. So good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. And this is really a wonderful. I would be really thankful to the university for inviting me to talk on this topic. So I have selected the topic as augmenting technology, DNA with next generation intelligence. So I will touch upon all the technologies which are in the trend, technologies which are the futuristic technologies which will be in trend in the recent few years as well. At any point of time, in case any of you is having any kind of questions, query, you can make this session much more interactive. I am there to help you out with your queries while answering them. The very first one, like I intentionally I kept it as chapter one, chapter two, chapter three, kind of, so that like in different chapters we will be talking on different topics. So let me start while retrospecting the technology stacks. So the chapter one is all about technology insights and how we have been enabled with the technology.
Sir, your screen is not visible.
Oh, okay, just give me a moment. Let me check why it is not. It is showing as visible.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible now?
Yes, 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 sir.
Okay, great. Just give me a moment. Is it's visible now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So, as I told, I am going to talk on a topic augmenting technology DNA with next generation intelligence. So, I have basically divided the entire topic into three different chapters. So, first of all, we will look upon, or we will basically retrospect the technology. So, let's look inside the technology, and we all will witness how technology has enabled us over a period of time. This is the evolutionary intelligence, I call it. So, the technology, like over a period, over several years, we all have witnessed, like whether in terms of smartphone, whether in terms of the technologies, we call it as immersive, wherein we can see virtual reality or we can enjoy virtual reality. We can extend ourselves into the virtual reality to make it much more augmented, or it could be immersive as well, like metaverse and all. E-commerce platforms also have got intelligent over a period of time. The time when we started, maybe with Facebook, is during that time, Orkut as well, YouTube even. So today, if you compare these platforms with the earlier versions, you will see a lot of difference, even how intelligence have been, like how they have basically adopted intelligence in their platform, and now how you get, or how you are being recommended with several what you call videos, or if you visit Amazon like sites, it basically based upon your last preferences, it basically lists down what could be your preferred articles which you may like to purchase in going forward. Smart recommendation and advertisements in order to save your time and make it much more relevant. Credit scoring, fraud detection and protection in the fintech sectors. Internet social networking, smart keyboards, life sciences and healthcare. The technology has really done a great job, great impact onto this life sciences and healthcare. Security systems have also, so the way we are exposed to several threats nowadays, the same way this security system, security protocols have also been redefined over a period of time. And now we are basically talking about the MFA, that is multi-factor or authentication. So you must have seen like 3-tier authentication, 4th-tier authentication. What are they? Like they basically simply confirm like whether you are authorized to log in into the system, into the application or not. Self-driven smart cars, intelligent mailboxes, smart retail store like Amazon Go, smart navigation or traffic control, or real-time shortest and fastest route recommendation. Maybe if you are using Google navigation, so you can, that too you can very well compare from the past to now. And there are many other navigation systems that have been introduced in the near future, near past. And like if you use those navigation systems, you will see like it does not only show you the fastest and the nearest route, but at the same time it also shows you several other what you call other things as well. So for example, while you are driving through maybe through uh, bypass, and you may feel that the level of fuel is not too high, then in that case your system will basically, if you ask your system, it will also say like which would be the nearest petrol pump wherein like you can you can get the fuel for your car. If you feel appetite, then in that case you can very well find out which are all the local restaurant or motel or maybe a dhaba nearby you. You can very well stop there and you can grab something quickly. So those things are very much there in the navigation systems, which basically help you in an additional way, not only to show like where you, like not only to show the route where you are basically driving, but at the same time it also gives you additional information as well, which may help you to make your journey much more pleasant and I will say successful. Smart home devices now today, maybe not in India at a volume, but yes, like in many of the countries, we have seen that like smart home devices have been already introduced. So we are, it's very much common nowadays, like a smartphone or smart television, smart watch, but at the same time like smart fridge, smart washing machine. So those things were also like already invented, and it is they are being used at volume. Smart cameras for auto detection and recognition. So smart cameras will basically scans like whether there is any person standing nearby or not, and if the person is there, whether that person is known to the family members or not. So based upon those segregation, it basically sets various types of alarm to the owner of the camera, and following to that, we can very well understand like, okay, who is there, at what time the person might have arrived. Those things, even I do have a camera at my home, and it basically gives such kind of alert that is really I will say exciting to see that the way technology is basically enhancing like day by day, and we are basically utilizing these technologies for our day to day purpose too. Smart voice recognition like Siri, maybe this what you call Google Assistant. All these things are basically like Amazon smart voice recognition system. So those are something wherein like you can set the command, you can give the command to switch on or switch off the electrical appliances. You can also give them the command to play a song, it will start playing the song. So it basically helps you out furthermore, while you don't have to stand up from your seat and walk down to the switch board wherein you can switch on or switch off the electrical appliances. Rather, it can itself switch on or off the electrical appliances. It can basically scans through your email. If any new email might have arrived, then it will basically read out for you. So it has become an assistant, a virtual assistant for you, which basically help you to make your life much easier than the days when we had to do everything manually. Obviously, there is a different debate, like whether these things are helping us to become more lazy or not. Yeah, they are, but at the same time, or maybe like whether uh, eh, our what you call privacy is into threat or not. Yes, there is, because if we allow whether an electronic device or a person to look into our email or SMS or personal messages, certainly we are basically opening threat for ourselves only, while we are basically giving access to those third party app. But at the same time, yes, like since we are basically using those things, and many of the people are basically using those things, so somewhere or other, like we have to also make sure like what are all the accesses to be given to these devices, so that like our personal data, personal information should not be into a stake, but at the same time we can also utilize the appliances at our at the best, at the limit. Complex and big data analytics. So over a period of time when so there was time when website was not that in use. Maybe I'm talking about early 90s. But as we moved ahead, so the usage of websites increased, emails, chats. Now you will see like so many posts on social media, so many public chats and all those things. So like, and again, like since now we have come across through this IoT and all. So you will see like so many data are now generating every second, I will say, via sensors and all. So at the end of the day, it creates a huge cloud of data. We also call it as big data, which may be comprised of both structured and as unstructured data. And in order to do various analysis onto those data, we today we are having various analytical tools as well, which basically help us to interpret those data minutely. It also helps us to create various visualization to further look inside the data, so that we can take several important business decisions, say maybe in terms of marketing or sales or customer preferences, or what would be the what are all the potential regions wherein we can launch the product. So like lots of things we can get with the help of these analytical tools, highly advanced analytical tools. It gives us a, like, there are various flavors of analytical tools. I will cover that one in the subsequent slides, but there are various flavors of analytical tools. It can give you a kind of descriptive analytics. It can give you proactive, it can perform proactive analytics. It can perform predictive analytics. It can perform prescriptive analytics. So there are lots of things that we can take we can utilize with the help of these analytical tools. And finally, humanoid robots. So now we have come up with several uh, human-alike robots. We also call them humanoid, because it basically mimics the way human works. The people, a person may react upon a situation. So the humanoid bots have been designed in such a fashion that it will basically show you an existence of a person, even though the person is not there. It's just a robot, but just as a person, it will basically act with you, and you will feel that a person is basically interacting with you. And all these things are basically converging together to make a smart city. So if you see, like nowadays, government of India is basically talking about smart city. In UN, besides other like other concerned things, they are also talking about the smart city, smart country. So all these things are actually basically converging into a smart city infrastructure. So if you look upon each and everything individually, you will see like how we are basically developing while moving towards the digitization revolution. Technology evolution and industrialization. So the way technology evolved, so the industry also revolved. So they are very much like, it is a handshaking, I will say, phenomena. They are cohesively connected, like technologies are cohesively connected to enable the business revolution. So if you look into the very first revolution, it was talking about the machineries, how with the help of machinery, with the help of steam engine, water power, how we can perform the factory activities. The second revolution was the mass production and with the help of electricity and electronics. So that was the second revolution. In the third revolution only, the IT was introduced, information technology, computer systems, automation. These things were, so when I'm saying automation, it is not the same automation what we are working today. It's more of a robotic automation, robotic arms basically. So in the third revolution, it was basically the electronic devices, the IT systems, and the robotic arms in order to automate, or in order to amplify the manufacturing activities. Those things were introduced. But in fourth revolution, it is the entire, I will say, there is a transition from on floor to the digital cloud. So the data, whether we are talking about the data, those data will be also digitized and will be stored in the cloud. If we are talking about procurement, if we are talking about the manufacturing, if we are talking about the what you call inventory, if we are talking about the logistics, if we are talking about the CRM, everything is managed and integrated internally. Even while the packages are sent from one location to another location, now they are no more using the barcode, rather they are preferring to use the QR code. And those QR code can further be scanned via various sensors, and it also ensures whether the package has been moved from one location to another location or where it is currently residing. So you can very well track the packages on a real time basis, which was certainly not available either in the first or second or third revolution. But fourth revolution is completely different. As I was talking about the analytics part, now businesses can like the business organizations, basically the product organizations, service organizations, they can very well perform several complicated analytics onto the data as well, so that they can very well predict the customer behavior in the next maybe 6 months, 1 year or so, where they can also identify what are all the potential markets where they can venture into. They can also very well forecast what could be their revenue in the next quarter or maybe in the next year, and accordingly they can take several important or potential business decisions. So fourth revolution is basically talking about how we can uh, how we can uh, y- use, or how we can completely transition the entire business processes into the digital environment, so that the business operations must go on without any stumbling block. At the same time, the data, the overall control in the manufacturing or even the shipment of the products or the services must very well be tracked with the help of the system or the computer system itself. So this is how this revolution has actually begun, and we are heading towards the fourth revolution now. Now, the next part is like technology quotient. When I'm saying technology quotient, it is basically I am talking about the maturity of individuals to understand the technology. And again, it is across the gender, it is across the age, it is across the location, it is across the income groups, across all the qualifications what you may have, whether a person might be only whether it is he is illiterate or not. Even a person is illiterate, even a person is literate, then maybe 10th pass or maybe 12th or graduated or maybe PhD, doesn't matter. And even this, whatever be the social status, a person must be technologically very much mature to understand what technology is talking today, what technology is expecting today from us, the way we expect from technology. On the same way, technology also expects, or it is, I will say, like it is a reciprocative nature of a technology. Say for example, if you are using a smartphone and you are just dialing a number to give a call from the smartphone, that simply means that you are not utilizing the entire potential of a smartphone. You are just using a portion of a smartphone, just like an ordinary phone wherein you make a call or you might be sending a SMS, but you are not using the smartphone at its extent. So it is vice versa principle. So like the way you expect the technology to help you out, the same way technology may expect that you should also get the maximum benefit out of it, so that you can apply the same onto your day-to-day activities, or you may apply them for your academic activities, or you may apply them for the business operations. Whatsoever you are, wherever you are, you can very well utilize the technology the way you can. We also call it as like how you can customize the technology based upon your requirement. The way I am using smartphone, it is not required that you have to use the smartphone in the same way, although the phone might be the same. If I am using iPhone, you might be using iPhone. That is fine enough. But the way I am using the phone, that doesn't mean that you also have to use the phone in the same way. You are basically customizing the need of the phone the way you want. I am using the phone the way I want. But again, it is very much important that the features a phone or any kind of gadget is giving to you, you should also look upon all the factors through which you can utilize them at the maximum extent. Then only you can say that yes, there is a proper handshaking between a person and a digital platform what we are using, because there could be a lot of intelligent programs that are running inside, and it will basically help you to ease your day-to-day activities, whether at your personal level, whether at your academic level, whether at your professional level, doesn't matter. So that is why I'm saying, so it is across now. Nothing is, there is no bar in whether in gender, age, whatever it is, no bar. Okay. So far we have very much talked about like how technology is evolved, how technology has helped the industry to grow, how we can utilize the technology at the extent, how we can customize the technology as per our use. Those things were already covered. The next part is basically the intelligent part. How intelligence has been embedded onto the technology, how we are blessed with AI. First of all, we have to understand what is the flavor of intelligent technologies. So technology in itself, like when I'm saying say technology, technology in itself is intelligent. So I'm not sure how many of you might have done programming in C, C++, COBOL, all these things. But even if you have, you might have done programming in C, C++, you must have done, I believe. So you will see like there also you have to define variables the way you define variable in Python today. There also you have to do some calculation. But in Python, you don't have to define the variables the way we used to do in C, C++, like where it is like you have to identify whether it is integer or character like that. But yes, it has given you a lot of flexibility. But even in C, C++ also, the interface has given you the capability to create your own programming, and with the help of the programming, you can fill in a level of intelligence into the system. Now that completely depends upon you as a programmer, like what sort of intelligence or what sort of programming techniques that you are applying into those C or C++ environment. Even I'm talking about COBOL as well. Although in COBOL you may not get um, um, that extent of programming into COBOL, because COBOL was mainly built for business purpose only. But yes, in C, C++, they were also being used for system applications, and also therefore like it used to have a huge library as well wherein you could develop intelligent applications. But now, what is the difference between that era and today's era? The major difference between the era of C, C++, core C, C++, I'm saying, and the era when we are talking about Python, R, Scala, all these things, the major difference is today we have got most of the, I will say, functions, commands in a packaged way. For everything there is a function, you just have to call the function. Even for even when you are using machine, you have to do machine learning, you have to do deep learning, you can very well utilize these procedures and functions which are already predefined, because we are using open source technologies. Now in open source, the best part of open source is like there are multiple intellectual people who are who are developing the scripts at the back end, and we can very well utilize those library can also be authorized, or those libraries can be autonomous. Again, that is again upon the risk that we are going to use. But yes, we can very well utilize the libraries to get the needful functions in order to perform the or in order to write the algorithms for these uh, uh, to enable the system to become more intelligent. So when I'm saying like machine learning, so it basically is like we actually started with this concept of machine learning, how we can enable the machine to learn. So when I'm saying machine to learn, it is basically, you can just take an example of a child. We at the very initial phase, we basically handhold a child to learn. The same way we actually did the same concept, or we applied the same concept onto the machine as well, like how the machine can learn by its own with the help of certain flags, or maybe with certain conditions, with certain labels, and we labeled it as supervised. How we can supervise a machine to learn by its own. It At that point of time, it was basically working upon the data, but structured data. Data must be structured enough so that like it can very well supervise itself and it can work onto the way. Now, moving forward, we also have seen like, yeah, there is a possibility that we are supervising, but uh, what about if we are not able to we may not be able to supervise quite properly, but at the same time system should understand with the help of analytics within it, that what could be good or bad for the like as an outcome, what are all the outcomes that it must give based upon the inputs that the user may give to the system. So in that case, say for example, association rule. Association rule is one of the unsupervised learning, wherein it basically says like what are all the other components that may be associated with the component or an object what you might have selected. So for example, the best example could be your Amazon. If you are purchasing, say, headphone from Amazon, then it is likely chance that Amazon may also give you an option saying that um, many of the people have also purchased other similar kind of articles along with the headphone. So would you go with these or not? How it basically checking that one? You have selected headphone, that is fine enough. Along with this headphone, what are all the other preferences that people might have made? And based upon that, it basically founded that okay, maybe along with the headphone, people might have purchased, I will say, mm, say what you call maybe I will say mobile phone, say for example. So along with the headphone, people might have purchased mobile phone. It is not that the people only have purchased mobile phone. People might have purchased mobile phone. People might have purchased maybe some sort of speakers as well. People might have purchased some maybe a laptop as well. But it's basically sees that what is the maximum occurrence, which type of object has been purchased in maximum time, so that I can show that only. In this case, it is the, maybe I'm saying like it is the mobile phone which has been purchased along with the headphone, so that is why it is basically showing you the headphone, this mobile phone, as a past history that most of the people have also purchased mobile phone. Would you like to go with it or not? That doesn't mean that like you have to really purchase that one. It basically gives you an option, that's it. It is completely up to your preference whether you will go for or not. So over here, a portion of supervised learning is there, but at the same time there is again an unsupervised learning is also there, because it actually learns from its own, that there is a graph which basically shows like maximum time this particular item has been purchased, and along with this, so let me tag this item along with this particular item, so that next time whenever a potential buyer will come up, then in that case this will be flashed at the footer, so that like if a person may be interested to purchase this, so they can very well go ahead and can purchase the same. This is how it basically works in machine learning. Just give me a second. And the last one is the reinforcement learning. What is reinforcement learning? So we talked about the structured, unstructured, or supervised or unsupervised learning. In the reinforcement learning, it basically talks about how system can learn by its own, the cognitive part of it. That simply means that, say for example, uh, we could normally call it like with several iteration, you understand whether you are performing an activity correct or not. The ability to understand right or wrong and self rewarding capability. Say for example, every time I am making mistake, I will not reward myself, but even if I made one correct, what you call correct step, I have taken one correct step, I will reward myself. So with that reward, it basically helps me to learn like what is right and what is wrong. And then not only this, I will not stop over here, but with all the right steps that I have taken, I will also find which would be the best optimized path, so that next time, rather than no iterating through all the 4 or 5 steps, right steps that I have taken, I will just select the one which has been identified as the most optimized one. That is called the reinforcement. And you can very well correlate that one with your day-to-day life as well. The way you perform an activity on your daily basis, you may have found that like earlier, certain activities used to take X amount of time. Now it is taking X minus delta time. And how you have basically moved from X to X minus delta, it is because like you have improved by your own. You have felt that okay, these there are certain things which you can very well optimize to its next level, so that if today it is taking 2 hours of time, tomorrow it will not take 2 hours, but it will take only 1 hour of time, and therefore I can very well save 1 hour as well. This is what the reinforcement learning is all about. This is how like learn system can learn by its own. Now the next part is, so and in machine learning we are basically talking about the data. So text data are more being used in the machine learning, but and those text data could be structured and semi-structured as well. But about the unstructured data, say for example images, for example, even like for certain extent we are also applying machine learning onto the images, but those must be properly labeled. Again, those must be supervised. But what about the deep learning? So like what about the images? What are all the videos, audios? When we have to analyze them through, we can't stop onto the text, we can't stop onto the basic images, but we have to go ahead and we have to understand the nature of video, the nature of images, the nature of voice or audio. In that case, we have come up with another set of algorithms which were clubbed under this deep learning. We normally, the deep learning, we normally talk about the discriminative and generative algorithms. Again, you can very well map these two, just like the way I told, into the machine learning concept, that is supervised and unsupervised. So over here also you can very well take them as like supervised and unsupervised kind of, and then hybrid learning. It's a kind of mixture of both discriminative and generative learning. So in deep learning we are basically working on to how we can analyze the videos, how we can interpret them, how we can identify certain attributes out of the video. Say, for example, nowadays, mainly where we normally use this deep learning, you can see like in defense system, you can very well use deep learning. You can analyze like okay, who are the intruders. You can also say for example, if someone might have escaped from prison, then in that case there could be multiple possibilities that a person might have changed his look, a person might have gone from one location to another location. How you can trace that one? In earlier days, there used to be an there used to be a person who used to sketch the face of a person with different options and all, but now you don't require those things. Rather, system will basically auto generate several types of faces based upon the actual face of a prisoner. And also if you deploy similar such kind of intelligent camera into various cities or states, it can also scan through each and every person, and it can basically tell whether the same prisoner is residing in that city or not. And you can just imagine the time that used to take earlier to catch hold a person, now it will basically save a huge effort. That is what I was talking about, the optimization part. Automation is not only what system is doing, optimization is also what we are enabling, or we are helping the system to get enabled with. So this is something like what we are basically enabling the system to become more smart over a period of time. You must have used such kind apps as well on your mobile phone, wherein you can very well foresee how a person may look the person will get older, maybe after 20, 30, or 40 years, or how a person might be like when the person was young or was kid. So those kind of applications are also there. You can very well utilize them, and they are basically utilizing this deep learning theory, wherein you can very well utilize this algorithms in order to analyze, interpret, and very well modify images and videos as per your own use, own purpose. Even now, recently it has been told that there was an article on Times of India that a new system is coming, wherein like you just have to give the initial keynotes, and system will basically generate a very good music for you. So it will basically help the music director to compose several type of music for the given lyric, so that going forward it will further help the music director to save their time to know in to um, prepare various musical notes and all. It will, the system will basically help them to come up with several good and a good set of musical notes, so that it can very well, they can very well utilize them to create music for the albums. Cognitive deep neural experiential learning, this is another level of what you call another level of learning, wherein, or I will say advanced learning of a system, wherein it will not only learn by its own, it can very well take decision what to, where to go, what not to go, what to select, what not to select. And not only that, with the help of that cognitive intelligence, it can very well memorize what are all the steps that it has taken earlier, and with those steps and with some new steps as well, how we it can further optimize something. What I told in machine learning concept, I told like out of n number of steps, it will basically select what could be the best step out of the n. Over here it will not stop into the end part, but it will also further, it will identify something which can very well be augmented along with one of them, so that we can get further better result out of it. The way human actually evolved over a period, the same way we are basically targeting how a system can evolve and can do a similar kind of mimic the way a person does, same type. So this is what the cognitive deep neural experiential learning is talking about. Along with that, we are basically talking about, so we are working onto this NLP, natural language processing, computer vision, internet of things, blockchain, and self-driven automobiles and robotic arms. So I talked about robotic arms somewhere for in industrial revolution 3, but unlike that robotic arms what we have seen there in industry revolution 3, here we are talking about intelligent robotic arms, wherein you will see the a particular robot that is there onto the manufacturing floor. It can very well move from here to there, and it can very well take the packages from the manufacturing belt, and it can the conveyor belt as well we call it, and it can very well shift the packages from one belt to another belt based upon the time and also maybe the time, maybe the need of the particular package at that point of time. So it can it so like earlier the robotic arms used to perform only the given set of activities, but here it can very well perform multiple activities. It is not programmed to perform only one single activity, but it can perform multiple activities based upon the need at that point of time. And finally, technology mashups, that is how we have integrated several technologies in together to create to create one single platform for the user in order to get the maximum benefit out of the technology within the platform itself, within the application itself. Say for example, you are using an application which can perform uh, video assessment as well as audio and image assessment, so you can very well perform all those things with the help of one application itself. You don't have to hover around one application to another, to another, to another. You don't have to switch from one to another. So everything will be converged, or everything will be integrated into one application, which will be acting as an interface, or which will be acting as a platform for the user to work upon. So if you talk about what are all the areas wherein the AI is in practice at the moment, so whatever things are coming in your mind, you can very well feel that okay, in over here also the AI can must be in use, whether it is in astronomy, healthcare, transport, agriculture, education, e-commerce, entertainment, robotics, automation, social media, data or digital security, finance, gaming, even in defense as well. Everywhere we are trying our best to enable AI, so that along with the capability of a system, the intelligence that we have poured into the system, they can work together to make our life much easier. At the same time, it can do maximum things within a short span of time, so that we can get maximum benefit out of them. So this is what, like, this is how we have basically utilizing AI in our day-to-day life. If you remember, like I was talking about the analytics, and it is something like we call it as indispensable component in any kind of AI device, even if you are using IoT device too. And when I'm talking about the analytics, it is having two approaches. Either you retrospect the data, or you forecast the data. If you are retrospecting the data, that is, you are looking back into the data, you what you can do, you can very well look upon the descriptive part of it. Say for example, you are having an Excel file, and there are several fields in the Excel file. Say for example, student number, student roll number, student name, address, lots of marks over the semesters and all those things. And you just want to see a kind of report out of it. You want to see some sort of dashboard along with some visualization of graphs and all. Those are very much like descriptive, because you are looking into each and every entity of the data, and you want to have a bigger picture out of them. It is basically of a descriptive kind of. Next one is the diagnostic. That simply means that, like, why something might have happened. Again, why something, that is something like a reactive approach. So reactively you are basically looking into, like, why something might have happened, what might have gone wrong or what might have gone right, and that is why this something might have happened. So you are basically retrospecting the data, and then you come to the conclusion, okay, these could be the possible reasons why this particular activity might have occurred, why this particular event might have occurred. But looking into the predictive part, that is like, or looking into the futuristic data, that is the predictive and prescriptive, it basically talks about, with the help of the past historic data, if there is any possibility to create some kind of forecast as well. The forecasting part is basically the predictive. And when you apply, or when we apply intelligence upon the forecast data, say for example, in the next coming 5 days in Delhi, the temperature will dip down further below, and it may reach to 1 degree centigrade. I'm just giving an example. With the help of the past data, past historic data for maybe for 2 or 3 weeks, since past 2 to 3 weeks, I am looking into, and along with the what you call the forecast of the med data, I am saying that okay, in the next 5 days the temperature will further go below 1 degree. That is what I am predicting. What about prescripting? So along with this predictive part, I am basically prescribing that this is the best time when you should be inside your home. You should not go out of your home without wearing maybe warm jackets and all. For those who are not, who might not who may not be having a shelter, then government should take a proper action or proper step in order to give them a shelter, so that they must not get affected due to this cold storm and all. So those things are basically the prescriptive part. So along with something being predicted for future, the system is also prescribing certain things. Say, for example, when you are visiting the doctor, it first understands your problem. You basically describe your problem. What are all the problems that you are facing? Now based upon your description, it diagnoses doctor diagnoses, okay, there could be a probability, like okay, the person might be going through these things. Now along with this, you basically predict there is a possibility that a person might be having flu or dengue or whatsoever be. Let the person should go for a test. Once the test is done, then the doctor prescribes certain medicines. You can take the same thing the way we perform anything in our real life. You can very well map. So my simple request to you all is, when you are talking, when so I believe like you all are from BTech or MCA background, from IT background only. My request is like, when you are doing your program and when you are talking about intelligence and all these things, you always try to mimic your day-to-day behavior in your programming world. Then only you will understand that how this AI is actually working, and how at industry level we try to get the AI enabled, so that the a general, a common person can get the maximum benefit out of the technology. It is not about like when we are talking about no high tech industry, and uh, there should be a someone scientist who can only uh, uh, use the best of the technology. For the common person, for a common person also, the technology must be used, and then only you can say that this is the success of the technology. If it cannot be used by a common person, then you cannot say, because a anything, a person who is very much a scholar into technology, certainly he or she can very well utilize the technology. But what about a person who is who's at a very nascent stage, and when you give the person a phone or any kind of gadget, can very well start using that one. That is the success of any initiative. So that is what you have to think from your perspective, how you can mimic, how you can map your day-to-day activity to your computer or to your programming, so that you can very well incorporate the intelligence in your applications as well. The next part is the rise of bots, that is the virtual and digital workforce. So there was time when you must have heard about, there is a bulk recruitment going on by TCS, by this and that company. But now you have seen like, okay, companies are no more taking no more going for bulk recruitment. Companies are very much looking for, I will say, skilled resources. There has been a transformation in the overall recruitment process as well. Why? This is because, like, when you ask a person to perform an activity, certainly a person will at any point of time can perform an activity much better than a robot, but not certainly. A person will be having several limitations as well. So for example, the person may feel fatigue after a given time, may fall sick, uh, may not be willing to do the same work again and again, may switch over from one job to another job. or one role to another role, uh, w- if he finds some better opportunity. But what about the bots? And again, and then the most important part is the CTC, cost to company. What about the bots? Bots are nothing but, I will say, small program which can perform certain expected activity. I will not say like it can perform, it can very well write down a complicated program, not at the moment of time. Maybe in future it is possible, but not at the moment of time. It cannot write complicated program. But yes, like whatever be the instructions that have given onto the bot, they can perform the activities very efficiently, and you can very well scale up the bots as per the need, because these bots are nothing but the objects only. If you might have heard about this object oriented concept, these are the instances. Bots are the instances, and you can scale up the instances as per your need. You can very well replicate bots as much as possible. You can use bots as a service, and you can like rather than no paying something to the bots, you can earn from the bots, basically bots as a service. So just as a service, everything, applications, software as a service, platform as a service, infra as a service, bots as a service, and you can very well sell the bots for industry, for your business, whatsoever be. And with the help of these bots itself, you can very well purchase, you can very well sorry, you can very well earn as well. So why we are using bots? Because it can save time and money. It can eliminate errors. It can enhance efficiency and productivity. Scalability and agility we can very well achieve with the help of the bots. Efficient customer engagement along with the chatbot. 24/7 availability, unlike one person. Of course, like if you deploy two or three people who will be in the shift, then in that case it is possible. But if you just deploy one bot in the place of three people, it can very well work 24/7, 365 days. Security compliance, it can also ensure security compliance because instructions are there. It will basically go through the instructions just as a protocol. And finally, as I was talking about, the use as a service. So bots can also be used as a service, and we are basically utilizing bots as a service too for several of our clients. So what all the types of bots that we can have? We can have chat bots, we can have monitoring and alert bots, we can have RPA bots. RPA stands for robotic process automation. So several automation that we perform at the desktop end or at the client side or maybe at the server side, we can very well utilize this RPA bots. And now RPA bots have also come up with the cognitive intelligence component. Say for example, Automation Anywhere recently introduced cognitive RPA bot. That means that RPA bot earlier used to, so RPA bot was actually introduced in order to mimic the way a human performs an activity with certain fixed set of instructions. But cognitive RPA says that along with the fixed set of instructions, it can also learn from its mistake, and it can very well rectify the instructions, and going forward it can eliminate the wrong steps that it might have taken during the operation, so that next time it should not perform the same mistake once again. So this type of RPA bots have also been launched in the uh, last few years. Incidents and events debugging bugs, custom bots, and intelligent cognitive bots. As I was talking about, the RPA bots is also one of the cognitive bots only. And this is how it actually works. So maybe an instruction was fired from the client or user machine, it gone to the cloud. At the load balancer side, there could be a bot which will basically identify which of the servers are the list in use at the moment of time, and it basically route the request to that particular server, maybe to the web server first, and then from web server there will be other bot which will basically take the instruction to the correct application rather than going through all the applications within the application server. This will further help the application server to optimize its processing speed. And then from there, at the database side, there are other bots which will basically perform the authorization, which will basically use to fetch the uh, only those set of data which are actually required by the customer rather than looking into the entire table or the views. This will further help the database to perform in a better fashion. So bots are being used in each and every segment, I will say, like whether it can be used at the client side, whether it can be used at the web server or application server, database server, utility servers, FTP servers. It can be utilized at any point or any like I will say at any extent, based upon the requirement, based upon the usage that you might have identified as an engineer to the problem. And this is something like this, the next generation converged and clustered intelligence. We also call it as interconnected intelligent bots, wherein like there are various clusters that have been defined for each bot to perform. And say for example, every cluster is having similar sort of bots which basically help each other. Say for example, in cluster 1, you are like the cluster 1 is having the bot which basically authorizes or authenticate whether the user is like authorized to work in an application or not. And A1, A2, A3 are different other bots which basically performs different level of checks. And A3 basically gives some inputs to A2, A2 gives inputs to A1. And similarly, cluster 2 is performing another set of activities wherein similar set of bots are there, again for cluster 3, cluster 4, up to cluster N. And there are certain bots which are like free flowing bots which are acting as a support agent to help these clusters across. So in case any request comes into the cluster 1 and suppose A1 has been invoked, then it may be possible that A1 might be taking help from A2, but at the same time it is also taking help from the supporting agents as well, say M1, M2, M3, anyone. Not only the cluster 1, but it can take any of the clusters can take help from any of the supporting bots, and the information that is coming from one cluster to another cluster are very much processed. That means when the information is coming out of cluster 1 to cluster 2, it is processed from cluster 1 to cluster 2. Now when it is coming from cluster 2 to cluster 3, it is further processed from cluster 2. That means one set of processing already done in cluster 1, another processing already got completed in cluster 2. Now it is coming to the cluster 3. You can very well imagine this, some of the use cases. Say for example, when I'm talking about identifying an image out of a video, say for example, I haven't tagged anything in the video, but at the moment of time when I believe like uh, all of you or most of you must be watching OTT videos, videos or movies or the series that are released onto the OTT platforms. If you want to see like who are the actors who have been casted into the series or a movie, you have to select left panel, and you can very well see like, okay, these are the actors. But if I say like, while I am watching the movie, if I direct my TV or my television or my laptop, wherever you are watching, or mobile, that I want to know who is the particular character, I want to see like who is the particular character. Maybe I'm just taking, say I'm just taking an example, say Amitabh Bachchan. I want to see like who is Amitabh Bachchan, and automatically there will be a tag which will be flashed in front of Amitabh Bachchan whenever he is coming, and it will say like, okay, he is Amitabh Bachchan, and I will get to know, okay, he is Amitabh Bachchan actually. Just imagine, I have just given just a small example, but maybe from education perspective, it will be a, I will say, a big benefit to the kids, even to the scholars as well, when they will be watching any kind of video either onto YouTube or in any of the OTT platforms, to identify some set of objects or some set of maybe people behavior or whatsoever be, and there will be a tag that will auto generated from the system itself, saying that, okay, this is for this one. And while the movie will, or while the video will basically moving, so automatically the tag will also come here and there, so that like you can very well identify, okay, this is what I was actually looking upon. And this is how like a person can also identify, if I have to identify a person on a video, I can very well identify that where that person is within the video with the help of tag itself. as of now you are using tag into the audio, or maybe into the image, or maybe for some extent into the video, but not on a real time basis. What I'm saying, on a real time basis you can very well identify a person onto a video as well. Say for example, I have to create an application which will register myself, like my attendance on a real time. So when I am moving onto the corridor, say university corridor, automatically mobile the camera will scan me, and it will basically tag my name, and it will say like, okay, Shubhajit is present today. That is one part of job. Now not only that, in during the entire day, wherever I visited, whatever be the location that I have visited, it actually tagged me throughout the location. And next time when I will just put down Shubhajit, because that tag is having that, I will say, what you call, that flag. Basically the tag is nothing but a flag. Or if you compare that one with the supervised learning, what I was saying, that there is a label, that tag will be acting as a label. So you just have to write down Shubhajit Bhattacharya, and based upon that, within the video, whatever has been captured over a period of time, maybe for a complete week or for a complete month, it will basically scan through the entire video, and it will say these are the different spots where Shubhajit might have where Shubhajit has visited in the next 7 day, in the past 7 days, on the past 30 days. And you can very well identify, okay, these are the places where Shubhajit might have visited in these places, and these are the information that he might have got from these places. So this is what, like, the technology is actually evolving now and henceforth. Now, the next part is, like, we have been talking about automation, and over a period of time, the nature of automation has got completely changed. And today, it has become a crucial industry practice. So, what are all the things that we normally perform as part of the automation? Automated ERP systems like auto demand generation, procurement, billing, manufacturing, QA, production release, inventory, logistics, CRM, integrated HR automation, integrated and automated finance processes. Everything is now possible through automation. Automated customer and client response system, parameterized auto solution design. So you might have taken information from the client, like, okay, so I believe, like, if you have already completed your software engineering session, then as part of maybe waterfall techniques, you must have seen that, okay, there is a stage which is called as analysis. In the analysis, we normally, as a business analyst, a person may interact with the client to take the inputs from the client to understand their requirements. Now when the requirements are clear, now when the requirements have been refined, now we have to create some sort of design out of it, high level design or low level design. So that high level and low level design can also very well be prepared nowadays automatically with the help of these given inputs, which have been refined after having discussion with the client. So obviously those are very much parameterized, but that is fine. So with the help of these parameters only, the solution has been designed, maybe with the help of maybe CAD or CAM, or even some sort of Visio designs, that can very well be possible. Automated continuous integration and deployment. So every time, nowadays we are basically talking about the CI/CD pipeline with the help of Jenkins, and also today we have to be very much relevant with the market. We can't afford to be, slow enough, like, let the market. We cannot be reactive. We have to be very much proactive. We have to be responsive to the market. So in order to make us to keep us agile, it is very much important that we have to ensure, like, how we can integrate our offerings with the uh, parent product. Say for example, I am a manufacturing of an automobile, so whatever be the new things that are coming up, so how we can integrate that one with the automobiles that are already there in the inventory. Whichever have been sold, that is fine, but whatever is there in the inventory, we have to add them up. And not only that, we have to also deploy into the production flow. so that tomorrow when the customers will come, then customer can very well take them back. And also there must be, we also have to follow that zero inventory rule, that is the Six Sigma rule, like how we can ensure, or the lean rule basically, how we can ensure that there must not be anything in the backlog, zero backlog, but at the same time we have to ensure 100% delivery on time. That sort of things can also be possible nowadays with the help of the automation, automated production support and operations. Any incident is coming, any service request is coming, those things can also be possible with the help of automation. And finally, automated infrastructure platform application monitoring systems. Nowadays, like when we are using cloud as everything, whether for the infrastructure support, whether in order to perform the whether as a platform, say for example Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud, or maybe as an application. So most of the applications nowadays are very much on cloud only. So now in order to monitor them, because like these infrastructure, whether storage or whether the network or whether anything like processors, these are being utilized at a scale, at a huge volume, every second, every nanosecond, everyone is using. So in order to ensure that these systems must be up running properly, there must be a monitoring system deployed, and this monitoring system is basically performing, or it is so much automated that is basically scans through the platform, it scans through the infrastructure, it scans through the software and application to ensure that there must not be any kind of downtime or fault, so that like in case it finds out any fault, proactively it will basically sends an alert to the support team saying that it seems that in next 5 minutes or in next 30 minutes storage will be full, so kindly like release the unused data, so that like storage we can also we will be having enough storage in our cloud. So that sort of intelligence has also been put over here. Even not only this one, even when you will be creating the VMs, virtual machines, onto the cloud environment, whether you are creating virtual machines or you are decommissioning the virtual machines, those can also be automated. So now you don't have to really go through all the steps to create or build virtual machines. Rather, there are scripts which are already there which can very well auto provision the virtual machines. They can very well decommission the virtual machines. You don't have to do anything, you just have to run the script and automatically those things will be done. Just imagine the time that is being saved because of these activities. What is actually required for you is like you have to upskill yourself the way industry is looking forward, the way industry is expecting from you. That is why I told like this is how these bots are basically rising, because we if we can very well provision, we can very well decommission these servers or the virtual machines with the help of a script itself. That script is nothing but the bot itself. Then in that case, what is the purpose of an engineer? The purpose of an engineer is to get him multi-skilled, get him upskilled, so that the person can very well go ahead and can create such kind of intelligent bots. So the demand of today's demand is to become an engineer who is AI enabled or AI skilled engineer. So today, if you foresee yourself as an AI engineer, then in that case, you are at a right path. Transitioning, so like I so far I have been talking about the platforms, the infrastructure, the devices, blah blah blah. What about the website and all? So now we are talking about the web 3.0 and web 4.0. Web 3.0 is talking about the semantic web theory. Semantic web theory, what is semantic web theory? You are searching for something onto the Google, you have written down, say for example you want to know about, say for example simple, you want to know about India, you have written down INDIA, India, into the search, Google search, and it gives you a list of all the links. Along with, in the right, there is a snapshot that might have taken from india.com or maybe wikipedia.com, and you will see some sort of snapshot. What if I say like, going forward, you will see a complete summarized version from different sites at the right pin, and you can very well see about a person, about a country, about a state, about a product, because the summarization has been done automatically. There is an intelligence which actually gone through all the text. We also call it as text mining. So it has basically mined all the text, and not only mining but intelligently it has basically structured the data, structured these statements in such a way that it can very well give you the insight about the search item or searching item. Whatever you are searching, you can very well get the insight about the item. Say for example, you want to search about a person. You can just give the name of a person, and it will basically, the summarized version will basically give you several information from, maybe from LinkedIn, from Facebook, from Twitter, all those things. That means, it simply means you will get his professional information. You will get his social or personal information. You will get his other maybe political information. All those things can very well be clubbed under one single frame, and there itself you can very well summarize, okay, this person, this object, this product, this city, this state is all about this one. And further to that, if you want to go read ahead, there are several links. So the way Wikipedia is today, you see Wikipedia, you will see the same thing over here for a person, or for anything whatever you are searching, and at the below you will see all the relevant links. So based upon that relevance, you can further go ahead and you can search the items there. That is what Web 3.0 is talking about. Website as a platform. Today you are using one browser. You are, say for example, in order to, when you watch, or you have to open, say, Facebook, say for example, you open Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge, and you write down facebook.com. Okay, fine. Then again you open another browser, you write down something, again you open. What about if I say, like, okay, there will be one single browser and you can do whatever the browsing you want? That too is possible now with Web 3.0. And what about the Web 4.0? It is one step ahead. How the AI further has enabled the website capabilities. How webs, now we have been talking about the metaverse. There is something called webverse as well. So in metaverse, you can very well see the virtual environment in the website itself. You can very well see the virtual environment, and you can very well do several types of transaction, or you can very well analyze through the products there. So though we are much far off from Web 4.0, because first of all we have to land to Web 3.0, and then we have to come down to Web 4.0, because this metaverse could be part of Web 3.0. So it is not yet finalized where we can well put this metaverse into picture. But yes, like, the future of website is very much interesting, and those who are interested for web designing, web engineering, they can also look forward for such kind of career path, wherein they can spend their good time to design those websites for Web 3.0 and 4.0. Now, the next part is the Internet of Things. So far, I believe, like, you all are well aware of this Internet of Things. Like, you are using smartphones, and now smart TV and all those things are there. What about the extended Internet of Things? Why this 5G, 6G, all these things are coming into place? First of all, we have to understand, like, what is extended internet. Extended internet of things is basically talking about how we can extend the capability of IoT in order to connect rest of the things into the world, whatever we can see, like whether it is a shop, whether it is a retail shop, or whether it is an office or manufacturing center, whether it's your home, whether it's car, whether it's smart traffic control system, whether it's bank, whether it's ambulance or automobile. Everything must be integrated together. Say for example, a person might have uh, uh, like, might have gone through an accident. At that point of time, automatically an alert must be sent, might have met an accident, so an alert must be sent to the nearby ambulance, and ambulance must reach there. Not only that, an alert should also go to the nearby police station as well, so that police should also come down for any kind of police verification, and then following to that, patient should be taken down to the hospital. No need to give a call anymore. No need to give any information to the ambulance like, okay, there is an accident that has happened over here, so and so place. Everything must be channelized automatically. Say if you are using a smart refrigerator, so whatever be the items that are there in the refrigerator, for example, you have bread, butter, eggs, milk, all those things. Suppose there, so suppose at any point of time, uh, the bread is about to be finished or bread has already got gone finished, you should get automatically a call from the nearby retail shop saying that I got to know that there is no bread in your refrigerator. Would you like to have one? Should I ship that one to your doorstep? This sort of smart intelligence is now in progress, like how we can adopt this type of technologies, this type of smartness into our day-to-day life, and how these things are very much connected. And when I'm saying like these things are connected, that simply means that these things are, capturing the data from several sensors. And now you can imagine, like, on at every nanosecond, how much, what would be the volume of data that would be required. And since all these systems are connected through Wi-Fi, what sort of bandwidth you'd require to get these devices connected to each other? So for that, we need to have a better or high performance bandwidth, and therefore this 5G, 6G, 7G will be, or by 5G is already introduced in India now. So these have been already introduced, and 6G and 7G are yet to be introduced. So in order to ensure that the bandwidth can very well connect these devices together over the internet, and also can bag or also can store the data for processing at a time when it is being sent from the local device to the maybe edge device, or maybe to the server, the cloud server. So in the entire journey, the data must be there. There must not be any loophole wherein the data might be lost. We can't afford any kind of loss in the data, because when I'm talking about the smartphone, smart office, that is fine. What about the smart defense system? We can't. What about the smart banking system? We can't afford the lose of any data. So loss of any data, we can't lose even a single data. So we have to ensure that the bandwidth must be well good enough that it can carry the data, and also it can establish the network without any interruption. So this extended internet of things and this bandwidth, they work hand in hand together, and that is the reason, while we are moving from 4G to 5G to 6G, at the same time we are also looking forward how these internal things can very well be uh, uh, integrated with each other more cohesively, although they are loosely coupled. So it is, although two are two different opposite things, but uh, digitally they are cohesively connected, physically they are loosely connected. You can take it in this way. And this is what the architecture we normally follow now. So there are edge towers, then there is a, like, rather than going directly to the cloud, the fog layer is there, wherein the data are being processed before consuming the cloud infrastructure. Once the data is processed, and if we see that it requires to be stored onto the cloud, then only it will be sent to the cloud. Otherwise, from fog itself it will be passed to the other device. Say for example, if I am connected, if my smartwatch is connected to the another smartwatch, and I am just processing certain data, wherein I have to just transfer the data from my smartwatch to another smartwatch, which is there some other place. Rather than sending the data to the cloud, the data can very well be passed through the H star to the fog, and from fog itself it can very well be passed to the another system rather than consuming the cloud infrastructure, because cloud infrastructure is much more expensive and time consuming rather than the fog one. So this is how the structure are coming, because in order to ensure that there must not be any kind of latency in the data processing, because time is very much important. We can't afford more than few seconds, or more than even 1 second when it comes down to the business. When I'm talking to you, you may not afford to lose even 2 or 3 seconds or latency in my voice. So that is the reason why we should have a proper bandwidth, and we should have a proper architecture defined, so that when I am sharing something to someone without saving anything onto the cloud, it can seamlessly be delivered at the other side without any latency or without any loss of data. Now the next chapter is the virtual, which is the next real. Virtual is the next real, and this is what the immersive experience also. So while we are talking the realities, digital realities, so let us look into three different components of digital realities. One is the virtual reality. I believe like you all are well aware of this virtual reality, wherein like everything is in digital environment. You just have to wear the wearable device onto your eyes, and then you can very well see things onto the virtual environment. That is the VR. And nowadays, like for kids and even for academic purpose also, we do have VR gadgets, wherein like we can very well study about uh, about any subject onto the virtual reality environment. Augmented reality and merged reality is something wherein like we have basically added the human touch as well. It is not only the digital environment, but at the same time, along with the digital environment, there is human touch as well. You can very well see yourself along with the digital environment. Say for example, you there is one use case for Audi, wherein Audi luxury class, I will say, for luxury cars. Why I will say like Audi, it's for the luxury class cars, which may start at a cost of crore or more than that, wherein the manufacturing companies complained that after coming to their showroom, customers are saying that okay, I want this kind of customization, because I am paying so much, over a crore of money to purchase this car. I want these changes. Now the car has been already manufactured, and now the customer is saying like I need further more customization, so it will basically add additional cost to it, and customer may not be willing to give additional cost because they are paying hefty amount for that one. So what we have come for them is like, why don't you move forward for this merged reality or augmented reality, wherein the customer, like before even coming down to the showroom, they can very well feel that that particular car just beside them. They can have a 360-degree look of this from outside as well as inside. They can they can very well see that how the steering moves, what is the how the stereo works, how the gear, now not like anyway it's like automated gear will be there, but how things are there, what is the light, what all the things. So based upon that, what is the color even of the, yeah, so based upon that they can very well take a call whether they need any change in the color of the body, whether they need any change in the seat cover of the car, whether they need any kind of change in the speaker, whether they need any change in the steering, whether they need any change in the windshield, what they need. So whatever they will need, they can put their requirements on the day one itself, rather than visiting the showroom multiple times, because they have already experienced the digital environment virtually, like sorry, they have already experienced the car virtually in the digital environment, and now they are in a position from where they can very well say that okay, I need this customization. So what the manufacturing team will do now, at that point of time, car has not been manufactured as per their requirement. Now when they will go ahead, then they will manufacture the car based upon their requirement, and then it will be shipped to the showroom maybe after a month or so, and the person can very well go ahead and can purchase the car based upon the requirements that the person might have put at the beginning itself, after experiencing the car at a 360-degree view and feeling as well. Both look and feel can very well be given with the help of this augmented reality. And the metaverse. So metaverse is a hypothetical environment, or I will say like it is a kind of virtual environment wherein you will get an immersive experience. You will see like as if you are the part of this, although you are there in the physical world, but you are basically part of that environment because you are projecting yourself. If you are holding something, you will feel that you are actually holding something, although you are not. But you are actually holding something. If you are touching something, you will feel you are actually touching something also, although you are not touching anything. So it is basically metaverse is the next generation technology wherein it is basically talking about how you can further um, um, bridge the gap between the um, uh, physical reality and the digital reality. Say, for example, I have to purchase something from uh, from a store, from a supermarket, and it is and I'm not well enough to know go to the supermarket. Yeah, I can give a call. I can ask them to send me something, but then also when I'm giving a call, I can't see actually. Okay, if they are having some kind of app, I can see, but I can't feel that one. Metaverse gives you all the three things in one platform itself. You can see, you can feel, and then you can purchase that one based upon your requirement. So you can very well project yourself in that particular virtual environment. You can feel it, and you can very well put that one into your bucket, into your shopping cart. If you don't want, you can very well pull them out from the shopping cart and you can place them back into the rack and you can go away. There will be like just like an Amazon Go, you will be having a credit card or some sort of card along with that superstore, wherein like once you will check out with your items, automatically the money will be debited from your from your account, so that like you don't have to pay anything physically, rather everything will be digitally. Nowadays we are also talking about the bitcoins and all. Let's see what is the next stage. Maybe like in, as I was talking about the web 3.0 and 4.0, maybe that was the time when we will be talking about the digital currency as well. So that digital currency will may also be part of this metaverse too, if, while we will be purchasing something through the metaverse environment. And this metaverse will also further give you the a kind of sense of know how you can use this metaverse in order to purchase fashionable what you call fashionable apparels, shopping goods, virtual tourism for social media platforms, games, real estate, unlocking marketing perspectives, theme parks. So there are so many theme parks in India as well as in Singapore and other countries as well. There is a possibility that you may not be able to travel to each and every country just to visit the theme parks. So rather than no visiting somewhere physically, now you can very well like merge yourself in that particular theme park virtually, and you can enjoy that one. So that is also very much be possible with the help of metaverse. Just like metaverse, it was like Microsoft Lens was also there, which was this was introduced a few years back. Metaverse is, I will say, one step ahead, wherein you can further utilize the environment in a much better way, much immersive way. I will show you a quick video of metaverse, which is a use case from Walmart, and you will learn like how we are basically using or how we are basically defining some of the use cases for the upcoming market, for the upcoming business, which you will certainly you will see in the next few coming years. And there is a transition from handheld to the wearable devices. There was time when we used to have telephone, when we used to have pager, then we used to have WLL, wireless local loop, when then we used to have this phones, mobile phones, then smartphones, then handheld devices to scan QR codes and all at the inventory line. Not, I'm not talking about the mobile phone, but those are the handheld devices. Again, in order to swipe the credit cards and all. Those are also handheld devices. Now these handheld devices will completely get changed to the wearable devices. We already know about what you call smartwatch. We also know about the smart glasses. Now, slowly and steadily, we will see smart shirt, Bluetooth key tracker, smart shoes. Smart shoes was also invented a few years back. Smart socks. So, whatever you are wearing, everything can become smart, because there could be some certain sensors which will basically check around even the vehicle that you are basically running. So that can also be smart, which will basically talk about, like, um, uh, in case you're while you are going through the road, it may happen that the car may face some sort of mechanical problem in the next 20 or 30 minutes. Automatically it will give you an alert, and also it will send an alert to the nearby care center, from where you will get a call saying that I got a call, I got got an alert from your car number this one with the machine chassis number this one, that your car is facing this problem, and it is likely that in next 20 to 30 minutes your car may stop automatically. It will not in a position to further start. So would you like us to would you like us to send someone for to repair the car? Automatically you will get such kind of call. You don't have to really dial to the person to get some help. Rather, you will get a call from the support center itself saying that, okay, your car is facing this problem and we are there to help you out. It is a proactive measure that will be taken up with the help of this wearable devices, with the help of this IoT, with the help of the technical intelligence. So this is how we are basically moving from the past era to the future era, or the present era to the future era. This is one of the videos that I wanted to show you, the Walmart use case. You can, although I'm not sure like whether you can hear the audio or not, but you can very well enjoy the video, and I believe like you can very well understand what this video is talking about. Although I will tell you. So this is the avatar, or the I will say some sort of help that you will get while you will be in the virtual environment, and it will basically help you to take the articles in your in the shopping floor itself. So it is Walmart shopping floor. You can see in the left and right side there are various articles. It is basically the avatar is basically helping you what all the things that you can take and what all the things that you may or may not take. So if something is not required, you can very well put it back into the rack. Even you can also purchase some electrical appliances like television, music system, whatsoever be, and you can also take a quick look of its look and feel too. Now once you are done, you can very well check out, and automatically, as I told, like your whatever be the bill, it will be basically debited from your account. And now today we are also having these drones and all. So it has been also authorized now by Government of India that drones can be used in order to deliver the products. So you can just imagine what is the future that you are going to get in next few years. This was for the Walmart. One last example that I want to show you, that clothing retails use case. So far we have trial rooms and all. Now it is no more required. Trial rooms are no more required. You can very well have smart mirror which will basically show like how you may look like when you will be wearing a particular dress. And with that you can very well take a decision whether you want to purchase a dress or not. This is what the clothing experience actually. Not physically, but yeah, virtually you can very well take a tour. As I was talking about the metaverse and all, so here also you can see some, you can also put yourself or you can project yourself um, in an environment, in a virtual environment, and with that you can also take a good selfie. And you really don't have to go to the to the counter to purchase the item. So from here itself you can scan and you can use Paytm or whatsoever be the UPI, and you can online you can do the transaction. And from the counter you can very well take the clothes what you have purchased, and you can then check out. Isn't it smart? Isn't it intelligent? So both smart and intelligence will go hand in hand in the near future. With this, I'm going to close my session. Thank you for your patience to listen to me. Uh, if you have any question, any query, please feel free to ask me. I am there to help you out. Or you can even drop me a note on my email address, that is shubhajit.bhattacharya07 @gmail.com. That's it from my end. Thanks a lot for your time. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Any query, students? Thank you, sir, for such a nice session.
Thank
You
you.
have
Thanks a lot.
mentioned all the technologies and applications of AI very well. You have also guided us the steps of how to build a career in software. Your guidance will
I think it got stopped.
help us a lot. Thank you, mother.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think I can drop off now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir. Now we are moving to our valedictory session. For this, I invite Professor Ashwini Ankar for vote of thanks. I'm making Ashwini ma'am as panelist. Ashwini ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all of you. I, Professor Ashwini Ankar, on behalf of Sadabai Raisone Women's College and Mazedan International Research Academy, it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this third international conference on advances and management technology. My heart fills with lots of gratitude and respect for our distinguished guest and keynote speaker, Mr. Yashwant Mahadik, President and CHRO, Lupin Global India, for not only sparing his invaluable time for us to grace this occasion, but also for enlightening us with his commendable talk on the subject. I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all the speakers of the session who have come from different destinations for their support and cooperation. I would like to thank our Honorable Chairman Shri Sunil Raisoni, Honorable Executive Director Shri Shreyas 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 Raisoni.
Ashwini ma'am, you are not audible.